but we can make it a powerful one. We can. You know, there's no guarantees, of course, win or lose, but we can go balls to the wall with this effort, man. Build our unity and build the war chest, and yeah, fight to the end. There's Shad. Hey, Shad.
Hey, good evening. I've been on the call from the beginning, so this is Miracle. Talk about our conversation the other day. Of course, not going into any detail, but just kind of sharing sort of some common themes that we had. Mr.Ric and I spoke on the phone a couple days ago for the first time. We talked for well over an hour, and I had some questions that I wanted to understand about some of his past history, and I wanted to explain some of my past history because we've been together for a long time in this play. And I came in after him. You know, he started in the beginning, started doing the space calls with other people. But one of the things that was fascinating to me, first of all, I just wanted to tell him thank you, you know, for raising money for this fight, for the cause, and specifically, you know, scheduling out this fundraiser for the weekend. So I'm pretty pumped about that. But I also wanted to make sure that we were cohesive and united, and that there wasn't any past conflict or friction that might get in the way. And so we talked about some things and shared some things that were personal to both of us. And one of the themes that I found out was that it's highly possible that both of us were played by people in this community, and that their intention was to keep us divided. And some of the things I heard, I don't want to share names just because that's not how I like to roll. It's been very, very few and far between when I've had to call anybody out. And when I've done that, it's because I've felt very strongly about choosing a battle because it was impeding the progress of our lawsuit. And I take this very seriously, that I'm sort of a steward over the money that we're using to fight legally, and that people are trusting me to do the best that I can. So I take it very seriously. And when I started seeing that some community members were trying to slow me down, I just didn't understand it. If they were truly shareholders and truly on the same page as me, why wouldn't they want to help? It really confused me. And after my conversation with Ric, it really came to light. I mean, back in 2020, back in 2022, you know, we held one of our first Zoom calls, and I found out someone who had told Ric not to even really show up and participate, and had lied to him about some things. And I was shocked to hear that. Here I was trying to include Ric to be a part of everything. I was even going to nominate Ric to the board. You know, there were people that after I'd read the pre-14A and I saw the bylaws said we could nominate people to the board, I was like, I need to get a hold of Mr.Ric. And I didn't realize the very person I was communicating with to get a hold of Ric was actually keeping Ric away. And anyway, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to get into too many details, but we both kind of been played. But we're cohesive now. Ric and I are completely cohesive. We're on the same page. He's a guy I've respected since the beginning. There were times when we were a little bumpy. I mean, like a couple times we got into small little spats, but right now we are on the same page. We're cohesive. We both care about. After, when shareholders found me through the BBIG family website and said, hey, did you get this or did you get that? And I was like, no, I didn't. And they're like, what? I gave it to so-and-so. And he didn't give it to you. And I mentioned this in a recorded call before and actually mentioned the name. But I refuse to go down the road of drama right now. I just want to make it clear. If you have evidence, give it to me or BBIG family or to Months, and it'll get into the right place. We'll review it and see if we can use it. There's a lot of people who sent screenshots of conversations with executives and management and stuff like that. That kind of stuff's really helpful. But anyway, in summary, I just want to say, like, I'm grateful that we're able to get more united. This weekend's coming. There's going to be a cool call, fundraising. I like the idea of just creating more unity around the holiday season. I mean, it's Christmas, for goodness sake. So, like, it's a time to just have a great spirit of happiness and family and friends and love and whatever your beliefs are. It's just a time to relax and be grateful for what you have and try and focus on the good and try and not focus on the bad. So I'm looking forward to it. Frankly, just as a side note, Friday, my 4 college kids are coming to town from out west, and one of them's bringing her fiance. So I'm really excited to it'll be the first time in a while to have the whole Vic family here together. But I'm excited too for our case. Just as a side note, got a call yesterday from our attorney, and he was apologetic because he wanted to have some documents to us the first of the week, but it's coming. I mean, any day now, guys, any day now, we're going to have some stuff that we can review. And they're just trying to do a quality job. And they also mentioned to me this. They said that, they said, congratulations for your counterpart's win in the lawsuit in Vegas. They were speaking of Akum. And I thought it was really cool that they took the time to want to congratulate Akum and wanted me to pass that on to him. So they said specifically, they looked up the order from the judge, and they said he got a full motion. He got a full denial as opposed to just a regular denial. Now, I didn't understand the syntax mattered because I'd seen the motion to dismiss and I saw denial, and it just said full denial, and I didn't think about it. They said the fact that it said those words, full denial, was a big deal for Akum's case, that he's going into full discovery. And they cited all the charges in his case. You know, I mean, there's so many, abetting, and I mean, there's so many. They were listing them off to me. And they said that is really good for our case. Akum's case is good for our case. So just wanted to share that. Of course, I'm pausing because I can't say too much. And I know some of you guys are very frustrated that I can't share things, but it's not because we don't want to share. And frankly, if you call me, I can share some things in confidentiality offline that I can't share in public. So it's not like I don't want to share. It's just we have to keep things close to the chest because we have a legal strategy and we're trying to win. It's that simple, guys. We're just trying to win. So again, from the Bazil law firm, Akum, congratulations. They wanted to say congratulations to you and congratulations to all shareholders for your case, and specifically for the full denial that you received from a court of law to go into full discovery. So the two themes here are basically, if you have evidence, like Rick said, send it to me or BBIG family, and it'll get to the right place. Congratulations from the Bazil law firm to Akum. And I agree with everything that Finn and Tonks and Captain Mike and Rick were saying about the pattern here. There is a pattern. The same people keep coming out, and instead of trying to boost morale, instead of trying to give confidence to our fundraiser, they're trying to diminish confidence and scare people and get them to not fundraise. And frankly, in the early days of the fundraiser, they came right out and said, Shad's going to steal the money. Like, the most ludicrous, crazy thing I could have ever heard, especially when I was funding everything from the beginning with my own money. on behalf of shareholders in a suit that we weren't even seeking one penny. We weren't seeking one. Look at the original suit we filed in Vegas. It doesn't ask for $1 of money, guys. And we were doing this with our own time and money. So think about that. If anyone ever says that we were trying to get something for us, when we weren't even seeking damages in the beginning, we were just trying to stop the shareholder meeting and stop the proxy votes. So it's ludicrous that someone would think that. So we are totally 100% for the shareholders. And back to what Tonk said, this is more than just one case. And I absolutely want to win this case. I want to win money. I do want to get back what's ours. But this is, I truly feel that I'm an ape. I used to wear the ape mask. And when I hear ape, like in Wall Street, and I hear some of the media joke like they're just a bunch of young, dumb people, they have no idea that these are professionals, educated people who have significant achievements and success in their life, who've lost a lot of money. These are not just people who've lost $5 or $500. Like, these are people who've worked hard, earned lots of money. They chose to invest it because they wanted to make a return. And then in this small cap industry, they've been stolen from Wall Street because of some stupid loopholes where they don't have to account for the locates for their shares that they borrow, and they can create synthetics. So this does have to change. And this ticker actually can be one of the monumental one of the monumental steps in all of retail getting justice for the Wall Street corruption. It's that big. And so what we're doing here is definitely going to help BBIG shareholders, but it's also going to help all retail investors throughout the world who invest in the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ that have become corrupted. I mean, Korea the other day South Korea stopped allowing short positions because they saw synthetic shares over there. A whole government nation's like, screw this. We're not letting our people get screwed by U.S. markets. So it's getting out there. And we all saw with what happened in FTX. They're all the same folks, man. The big money folks are all the ones who are trying to beat us down. And so we have to fight. This is a big fight. And this is one place where we can start. So just good to be with you all, specifically, Rick. Thank you again for taking the time to chat with me the other day. It meant a lot. And I was glad to get to that place where we're more cohesive than ever. So thanks, brother.
No problem. It was my pleasure. And it's definitely good to understand sometimes from different sides what potentially is going on and what has transpired in the last couple of years within the community, and then certain people who keep information and who have kept information to themselves in order to switch a person's mind or create a little bit of division. It is really alarming to me right now, after our chat. It's enlightening just to know. But it's good to know. Sometimes it's like, yeah, we've been duped by so many people that we've come accustomed to seeing inside of the community, that you begin to gain some trust for them. But then after, a while, people always show their true colors. I often say the truth always comes out at the end, no matter what. And I believe the people that are still here on this call right now are some of the most sincerest people that I've seen on this play, and who have kept it, as clean as you can ask for out of any community. And I think the ones that I don't see on here, which is pretty funny, LOL, Shad, are some of the people that we're probably talking about. So, hey, it's enlightening. And I love these calls because sometimes we might think that we spend a little bit too much time, but the knowledge we learn every one of these calls is it's details. And moving forward, we need to know these details because we need to know the actors. At this point, the roster. I mentioned it the other day. You guys will get what I'm referencing. If you're not on our roster, then I just don't know if you're inside this game or not. So it's easy to see. Yeah, and once again, I'm just gonna, because I know Cap will probably close down. He likes to do his other call, but once again, I encourage anybody in the community that has information. Maybe if you can think back to 2021, people who might have screenshotted conversations, something with executives, or possibly had inside connections with people with inside the company, or emails sent to you that they responded back to you on something that you asked that maybe you feel is pertinent to the court case. Make sure you either send it to Shad or Chris or bbigfamily.com and then let them review it. But I think there's a lot of information inside of this community that has circulated in the last 2 years that certain people inside of this community have it, and if you got it, even if you stay silent, I don't care what the method is. I know you got it out there. I don't want to call people up by names, but if it comes down to it, I will. I have no problem doing that. But I think most people know if you got it, send it. It can help a lot of people recoup their money back. It really can. They're in the stage now that discovery can start. For our case, you just heard about Akum, anything that happens there, what Shad just said, it's extremely important the position that we're in now. And any bit of evidence in that particular sector will definitely help in the cause. So I urge you again, send that out to Shad or Chris or bbigfamily.com if you got anything that you think can help this court case.
Yeah, specifically too. There's a lot of people who might have had screenshots of other shareholders' DMs or things they share with you on text that might have come from management or from executives and things like that. I know some shareholders have been deleting their Twitter timeline. Fortunately, we did capture most of the timelines of some of these people just out of curiosity, not knowing that they would start deleting later. So, but if you have some of that stuff, it'd be beneficial.
I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna. There's been so many things, right? I'm gonna walk very gentle here. There's been a lot of circumstances in the last 3 years, right? And there's a few particular people that have received certain things during certain times, right? Because as I was just thinking about Eric Noble, and I was thinking about that Taylor Swift leaked video, but most importantly, I was thinking about the gentleman's Instagram on how quickly that video was found in a profile picture, which was extremely weird. But people's due diligence of people's due diligence. Everybody's different as to how they get their information. But I just find that there's a few certain individuals in our community that have obtained information much quicker at a much bigger scale than anybody else. And I think that those are the people that I'm reaching to that possibly have certain information that is either in an email or possibly you're not going to implicate yourself. I think the only way, I can't speak for Shad, but this is just a common sense point. You can't implicate yourself by helping the community and getting that information to where it needs to be. But I do believe that if you hold on to it and then you're implicated in on it, I think it'll be too late for you to backstep at that point. So I definitely, this is the fourth time. I would encourage anyone, if you have this type of information that you think is pertinent to this court case, that revolve around the emails, the texts, from these executives, whether they were Eric Noble or Farnsworth or Vanderbilt or Brian Hart, any of the guys that have been in this company, whether it's McFadden, I could name many,
Yeah, I
Finman.
mean, and specifically, yeah, at Zash and Vinco, we already know, we have screenshots that, you know, board members and executives were communicating with shareholders, some innocently, but some not. And we need to we need to see all of it. And I think we have a lot of it, but there were specific Twitter shareholders who got a lot of stuff. And like Mr.Ric was just talking about, you know, when that video came out, what month did that video come out? The Taylor Swift thing. That, I think it was Eric Noble who put it out, right?
He like pretty much confirmed it on his Instagram and then took it off. Yep.
Yeah, and so everyone was excited. That helped actually move the stock. But then later, everyone was pissed, and that's when he removed it. And so when the stock dropped, it didn't do anything, right? Later they started tanking the stock, and you know, that's really important information, because it seemed that the executive management was using that video as a way to liquidate shares, to pump the stock so that maybe they could use their warrants or whatever. You know, I don't know exactly what took place, but they were creating liquidity in the market. They were creating volume. They were definitely pumping the stock, in my opinion. So it was very highly coincidental that video came out, for example, so quickly, and so many other things like that came out.
I actually, now that I remember, I brought the DeLorean again back in the past. I remember that the company sent certain individuals a email threatening them that they needed to remove the video. I was not one of the people that received an email. I think it was like Rune, Lauren, and a few other people, and they removed it. And I remember having a space call the next day where I was like, I wouldn't have removed it. They didn't come at me for it. They didn't threaten me. Like, why would they threaten you? Like, of all people. But I think it's relevant because some people have had information ahead of certain things that have happened, and I'm not scared to call it out now. I have not been one of those people. I'll publicly say it. But I think there are people in the community that received things that we could use moving forward. And if they truly did lose money, like we all did, unless they sold a long time ago and they just want to be part of what's going on so nobody like implicates them, I'm just saying it's tinfoil. They should be able to offer this information if they actually lost all this money. They should give a shit about what happens to the rest of us. They tweet that they care, but do they actually care? I'm somebody who's been here a long time. I have a lot of information, but then there's people that have been here just as long as me that have way more than me, and they choose not to share what they have, and they have. But it's like I can't say it any better. Like, you're not going to implicate yourself by passing that information forward. You're more or less helping the cause and revealing maybe something there that we don't have. But I do believe that certain people could be implicated. I've said this for months and months and months already, that nobody is safe. If you did something that wasn't correct, or you had some conversations with people inside that weren't correct, by the end of this, the truth would come out. And some people are backpedaling. They're scared. They don't want to hand over some of the things that they have because they're part of it. They're essentially, maybe in the beginning, they didn't think they were a part of it because they thought, well, I'm talking to management. Maybe they got a little excited that they were talking to somebody within the inside, but ultimately they don't understand that management was taking advantage of them, and management was making those particular people feel a certain type of way, and that could sway certain things, right? So that information is what I'm saying, that if you have something, and I do believe, I can't prove it, right? Because it's tinfoil again, but I do believe some members in the community do have this type of information, and I would just urge you, man, pass it forward. It's like we're so far in it, and it's just like, don't let it get that far. I like some of the people that have been here, and they've shied away a little bit, but it's just like, if you got it, send it to one of those guys, send it to bbigfamily.com. Don't let this shit get public and then you get put out there. I won't defend you. I won't defend you. Don't bring me into it. I'm not part of your headache. I'm just saying now, I'm coming to you as one of the biggest apes in the community and just asking whoever, anybody, this goes out to anybody, is nobody specific. I'm just saying there's people inside of this community. I can't name their names, nor do I know them all, but they have had communication. They have screenshots. They've been in communication with the executives of this company within the last 2 years. That information should be brought forth, because if you lost 99% and you've been on these calls and you've told us about your family and what it's done to you and how you don't like the position that the rest of the community is in, please pass that information. Put your ego aside with certain people. Put your ego aside to maybe you don't agree with something that someone is doing, but agree that we all started together and that we literally all started this community. And like, we should give a shit right now where we are about each other. I told Shad flat out, anything he could ask me or want, but I think Shad's above me. Shad has more access than I ever had. But Shad can't get his hands on like everything because there's like hidden secrets within this community. There's a lot of secrets that have been here in this community, a lot of secret community discords, a lot of secret messages passed back and forth. There's a lot of transcript between investors and the management team. Ted Farnsworth. Imagine this, community members. Imagine this, that there are people inside of this community that have actually spoken to Ted. How many people in this community can actually say they've talked to Ted? Nobody. But I can guarantee you there's few people in this community that have actually contact with Ted in the past and others that are pertinent to this company. They just won't tell people. Oh no, Months. I know for a fact that there's people in this there's people in this community. I don't know if you were giving me a thumbs down
No,
on that, but I know there's people.
he's saying he knows, but that's bad news for the community. Like,
Oh,
why would
100%.
anybody
Yeah,
why
oh,
would
I'm sorry.
anybody
Yeah,
speak why would anybody
yeah,
speak with why
right,
would anyone have contact with someone like Ted or Eric
right.
Noble, right? Like, that makes no sense, but it's actually happened. We know that for a fact now.
It's Shad, right?
And I believe I'm not putting words. I don't want to put words in your mouth at all. This is me talking, not Shad or BBIGfamily.com, just as an independent, the way I wanted it to be, so I could say what it is I feel. I feel like these people in the community have that information. They have spoken to people, and they're slowly backing away. One of them to me is Mello, right? Mello to me has walked away, and he was one of the biggest people that to me came out of nowhere. Me and Shad spoke about Mello, and I told Shad that I had to go back to my first conversations to figure out how I met him. How did we even cross paths? And it was the masked trader. One day he did a video. He was in on one of my space calls and he used me for one of his videos and said, if you want to invest in Vinco Ventures, this is the guy you need to see. So that's how I met Mello. Then all of a sudden, Mello starts going to these court cases, starts, you see him in pictures with management, with Ross and everybody. He was there. He was kind of like the court reporter, and he was here with the community this whole entire time. And all of a sudden, in August, the communication with me and him just stopped. And then you go to his Twitter, everything is stopped. BBIG Media no longer exists. Like, there's people in this play to me that have the information, have been there, have spoken to these people within the inside, and have the information. So if they indeed did lose money and they were part of this whole movement and part of like helping get justice for everybody in the community, tell me why they are running away right now. Why are they not part of what it is that's going on to move everybody forward, to get everybody money? If you indeed have and lost money, that's the part that like me and Shad were like talking about, that we just can't figure it out. If you got it, why wouldn't you help at this particular moment? Now I can understand why Shad, like months ago, called out who he called out and why he was so, content in how he was saying it. And I get it. I get it now speaking with him, because it's like, there's a lot of secrets from some of these people, um, that have been here for a while. And it's important, man. I don't want to see people get caught up. And this is what happens. And all of a sudden, it's just like, I don't want to hear a space call where certain individuals of this community are going to be our centerpiece because they're being implicated on what's happening. I'm trying to maybe they're going to hear this call tonight. They're not on this call maybe right now. They're going to hear what I'm saying, and they're going to do the right thing. They're gonna put their egos aside. They're gonna know that this is for the better of the community, and they're gonna do what they possibly can. And if they have that, just give it over, because I rather be part of the solution than continue to be part of the problem. And as long as you're holding on to that information that possibly could be what it is that we need to prosecute these people and move forward, you're really implicating yourself. At the same token, you're taking a chance. And I think it speaks volumes for me now. And I can see why certain people have acted a certain way in the last 8 months or a year or so, on how they've like backtracked and shown who they are and what side of the fence that they play on. And some of the information they talk about insiders. That's what's amazing to me, is that they talk about insider influencers, but those are the ones that need to be brought up to the front as well, because there are people inside of this damn community that have information, and that's a fact. And those people, like, I share the same thought as Shad, is bring this information forward, man. um don't be selfish with it. Sooner or later, I'm going to call your name out, and you're not going to like it. I'm trying to be extremely nice, and when you hear my
I
voice, I'm
think
sure you know who I'm talking to.
I
But
think
please.
I think you're just asking people to be a stand-up guy, right, Rick?
Yeah, and do what's right. No, because at the end of it, it's right. This is real big boy stuff. And if your name is there, and there's possibly a chance that, subpoenas go out, and then you can't really run away from a digital footprint. So I'm just urging, I've made a lot of great friends on this play. It's beyond a Twitter clout type thing. It's like, do the right thing. You know what I mean? If you have something, don't worry about getting caught up in the mess, because the only way you're gonna get caught up in this is if you were a part of it, because you should be able to just come up front, give it out to the community. Community will understand. Believe me. And I'm the person that would understand this the most, that I've been duped, because you start seeing, young kid, crypto billionaire, and you're like, oh man, I can host a space call, have Eric Finman talk to everybody in the community, explain what he's going to do with Zash. I understand what it's like to get caught up with speaking to certain people, but then you find out that they're not here for us. They don't give a shit about us. They're here to just playing an actor role. It's like Ted's Hollywood past. He wrote the script and handed it off to all these people, and they played us. And they played us. These some people in the
They
community
didn't.
have. Yeah,
They didn't.
so,
Here's my thing: is they did plays, but they also just didn't do they didn't file any financials. They didn't do anything that they were required to do as well. That
no,
would have
because
given us any hint, right?
no, because as long as you can keep the momentum and the sentiment going, then in the back, you can just keep pushing shit like they used to do. Amend this and then prolong that, get an extension. So they were playing on our sentiment. Had we just been bearish, I believe, in my opinion, since the giddy up, it would have really put things into motion, that we were really showing, hey, low motif isn't running. What's going on over here? We wasn't like that. We were like, while court cases were going on, our thoughts were just talking about that. And meanwhile, they were just bleeding money in the assets in the background, because they had us distracted. They did exactly what the 80% of us that own the company, they wanted us to do, because they wrote the script. Keep these apes busy and keep them entertained with drama, keep them entertained with this. And I believe every person that has come in has just been an actor with a small script. Colucci made 200 and something $1,000 for like 60 days of work. This was all people put in by certain people to do certain things. And it was laid out. I think I said it last year. Like, the way that Ted thinks, like, he doesn't think like 1 week. Ted wrote a script for 2 years worth based on his movie pass experience. He was able to write this BBIG since like May of 2021. When he first thought and was able to purchase Lomotif, Ted, in my opinion, already had wrote this whole like dilution and funding and how he was going to do it, who he was going to do it with, because he learned from Movie Pass how to I won't say learn the money. He just learned how to play the game, right? So that script was written down to Eric Finman, because if you notice, Eric Finman was hired the same day that Ted was accused in the SEC case, which was like September 30th or August 30th, exactly the same day Ted made, Eric the CEO of Zash in case something happened. That is another actor that came in with another written script. And then who's the first person he contacted? Me. Hey, I'm Eric Finman. I've heard that blah blah blah. You're one of the biggest apes in the community. Was hoping that you could host a space call. I would love to, talk to the community. And of course, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, Eric Finman, blah blah blah. And you create this hype around him. So now, what have I done? What I've done is like I've created that hype myself because of what he said. You know what I mean? And that's just minor because I was quick to pick up on all the bad actors. But imagine the people that kept it going all the time through emails. Do you guys remember a guy who was a PR guy? I gotta run my mouth right now. Like give me 2 minutes right now. Do you guys can you go way back to Monica? Because Shad told me, who's Monica? Now Muntz can agree to this. Now Monica was one of the first PR ladies, if you guys remember, that actually responded from Vinco. That we were able to, get her on a few phone calls. I even spoke to her for about like 10 minutes one day. But do you remember the person that actually spoke to her the first time, and then he became the most popular guy on Twitter because it went on Reddit and it had like 1,000 views? Do you guys remember when Lauren put that out there, that he was the first person to speak to him? And then, Jovan, this other PR guy in January, that I made a joke on a space call that I said, well, I've contacted them, but I don't get shit back. I was like, Lauren, do you know when Jovan's going to hit you back, bro? Because the rest of us want to know what's going on with the filings. Are they posting them? Or so there's been certain people in the community that have great communication skills, I got to say, to be able to have access to information. So, you know what I'm saying? So beyond me and certain others, there's others in the community that have great communications and have obtained a lot of intel from said people. I think now's the time to like help the cause. You know what I mean? I've said it since the beginning. If you can't donate money, right? And a lot of us have strapped, it's Christmas, we have families, everybody, has their own position in life where they are. If you can't donate money towards our fight and you are part of the team, then there's many other things you can do. And I believe that to be the most unselfish thing to do is that, man, we've been here for fucking 3 years. Like literally, if people have information right now, you'd be helping out more people than you can imagine other than yourself. But to let it go all the way to the end, you know what I'm saying? And then we all find out that you were part of something, we're not going to be happy. I don't even want to think about what this community could do, would want to do to someone that we think is our friend and our ally. And then at the end of this, we're going to find out that this person was not here doing the best that they could for us, as they always told us that they were here for us, that they cared about us. They wanted to know about our whys. They started with me. I can't fathom that they would think like that about us right now, because here I am. I've been the front runner. I always said I would never be a Mac Cores and I'd never be a trades. I started with this family and I would still be here at the end of it on these space calls, and I'm still here. I am who I say I am because I'm here. I know who I am. But certain people that have been here just like me and used to do it for the clout chasing, I don't see them anymore. Like, what happened, homeboy? Like, what happened? Like that bothers me now, because it's like, yo, if I'm here and I'm very vocal and I'm doing what I can do to help everyone out, like, why aren't you? Like, how could this is for nobody specific, and not Lauren. I'm not targeting Lauren. I'm saying there's a lot of people in this community, man. A lot of people that had communication besides Lauren with people inside. Like, if you have it and you haven't like come forth, man, just do it. Do the right thing.
Hey, Chad. I mean, I know who you're who was everybody talking about, and I have a solution to it. I mean, I'm in communications with a few of these people that you guys are talking about, and to be honest, all they're really waiting for, Chad, is a call from you, um, and to talk to you personally. And we know who's talk what the what everybody's talking about. Um, and then that's all it would take, just a phone call, just to reach out like you do with everybody else, and you would get all the information that you're looking for from these. So there's a couple I can DM you, private DM you, but I mean, what you guys are saying is true. I mean, I know it firsthand. I'm I don't know as far as insider or anything. I don't talk to any of those nobles or none of those guys. I have no information from them. I've never had direct communication with any of them, but I've seen what you guys are talking about personally. Um, I I know what you're talking about, and all I can say is I know the solution to what you're talking about is to reach out to them in a personal phone call, and they'll give you what you need. Um, I mean, I can send a message and have them reach out, but that's pretty much all, on the personal communications I've had with the people is that's all they're wanting. They're,
Rick, you're unmuted, man.
I layer your speakers on. You're washing dishes, but yeah,
Yeah,
and then that's just
Finn,
No, it wasn't me.
Finn,
I was like, what?
Finn, I love you, man, but what you're saying is it's actually not true, man. There's people manipulating people, and it's not a matter of someone reaching out or not. Listen, if somebody had information back before our case and then they didn't share it, that there's no rhyme or reason. Okay, there's no rhyme or reason for that. Now, if you didn't want to share it because I hurt your feelings, I get it. But there was stuff way back when, man. So I don't buy it. I'm just going to tell you I don't buy it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying the solution that, from what I'm hearing, is that they just want you to reach out.
Yeah, that's what they're going to tell
I'm,
you. That's what they're going to tell you. But they're also trying to manipulate other people, like to create division right now. So if you're really in for the case, you're not going to try and create division. Why would you want to hurt other people because your feelings are hurt from Shad? No, doesn't work that way.
I kind of look at
I
this like a relationship, and sorry, Kat, but when you're in a relationship with someone, right, you get your feelings hurt. You don't leave the other person guessing. You don't make them guess what you need or what you want. You literally come out and you say, you know what? I'm really offended. I'm insulted. I would give you what you want, but this is, I need you to ask for it like this. I mean, the person would still have to communicate what their needs and what their desires are. Someone else can't be doing that sort of psychic work for them.
Well, and I guess the best analogy is, if heaven forbid someone was ever going through a divorce or something, you wouldn't punish the kids because you didn't like your wife or husband, right? You would, and so we're a family here. Why would you want to punish all the shareholders? But it's not even that, man. There's been information withheld for a long time, so it's like I don't even want to get into the topic of who it might be or might not be because there's several individuals, but you might be alluding to the same person. I don't know.
Oh yeah, we are. It's just, I'm just passing on why
Dude,
what I
I
was
love you, bro. I
told.
appreciate it. I mean, I
I
really do.
know, I know. Same here, brother. I'm just passing on what I was told of why the information hasn't reached or whatever, and what they kind of was wanting from the deal. But I mean, I agree with it. It should all just come out. And I know there's a lot. It goes deep. It goes really deep. I mean, I personally don't have anything, and if I did, you already would have it.
Finn, though, respectfully, and I'm not I'm not calling anyone out, but I am saying respectfully, like I mean, I think it's really nice of Mr.Ric to, plead with them and say that, and I think it's true. But I also think that if anyone was a stand-up guy in this wouldn't have been. We're waiting till now on the eve of when we're about to get, a report that Shad, as advocate of BBIGfamily.com, you know, um, retained the Brazil firm for. This is information we could have used in Vegas. Like, you know what I mean? So I mean, I get
Oh,
that
oh,
there's always room for redemption, but let's not forget, like Shad I think is saying, is everything's not as it seems.
yeah, I'm not. I get it. I'm not defending the actions or the reasons or anything. All I'm saying is just kind of what I, was been told that the a solution. Yeah, I agree with everybody. It should all been put out there well right when the court cases started. So I'm not defending anybody. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending the wrong at all. I agree with you. Agree with everything you guys are all saying. This is something that has, should be there. If I have anything or had anything, I even went back to look for the Finman space call, and all that shit was deleted. And I went back on my Reddit to see if I, had anything that might help. So I mean, I'm not defending the actions. I'm not defending that Chad should have had all this information before. All I'm saying is I know why he's not getting this information from, uh, uh, you know, me and him are on the same, or Rick and everybody are on this, who know what we're talking about. I'm just saying why he's not. I can't force anything from anybody. I can't do it. I mean, all I can do is give my opinion, say, hey, this is what should be done. This is the right thing to do because I agree with you guys. I'm just throwing out a solution that might help. Um, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not defending any of it. I'm not saying right or wrong because it should have been in Chad's hands, Bunce's hands, the court and all that from way back. But we're past that point. We're at a point now. Okay, there's an issue out on the table. This is how the BBIG family does it. We bring the issue out. Let's find the solution and move forward. I mean, we can't go backwards and ridicule what happened in the past. That's the past. We can't change it. But if we can make it better for the future, and if there is something that's really important, and I know Shad can't come out and, because this is a recorded call, it's out to the public. You can't tell us exactly what we need to look for and all that, all of us all at once. But most of us have an idea. But as a community and everything that we do, when there's an issue, we bring it out here, we discuss it, we find the solution, and we stick together on it. I mean, if there is bad actors, and maybe there is, maybe I'm just as blind to a lot of people that I'm buddied up with that maybe I don't see it. Maybe my heart's too much involved on a friendship level and all that, and I'm overlooking things. Maybe there's things like that, but let's just find the solution. Find what if there's something that is going to bring us to the W and the end game. Um, let's let's work on getting to that point. And like the information that is there, and I mean, I'm sure I've seen some of it. I mean, I'm going back to the Noble days. I remember when those tweets came out, and I know personally there was people that had personal contact with Eric Noble on a personal basis. I mean, I've seen the tweets myself. Um, I'll even go start thumbing through and see if I can scrounge them up. And I mean, I'd have to go way back. I'm sure they're out there somewhere, but I know that is, and I'll help convince these people that if I think they get, that they need to, get a hold of you, Shad. I mean, like I said, I'm not defending. I'm friends with everybody in this family. You're all family. I got a heart for all of you. I've got time with a lot of you. Lauren's one of them. Winter, every one of you. So I mean, I don't want to see, like Mr.Ric said down at the end, that somebody I had my heart involved in, I believed in was family. I had their back, being involved in something, and it comes out then. I'd rather it come out now, like Mr.Ric just said, and you know it is what it is. I mean, let's just make it right. That's the end game, is making it right for all of us.
And it to me, right? I just want to add there's Sam Saloni, Ken Bond, Matt Argyle, Lori Argyle. Me, a person like me, can go through the list of employees that were inside of this company that certain people in this community were speaking with. I personally didn't speak with these people, but certain people in this community spoke with them. You know, Lisa King, Lisa King's children, people within Magnify You, people within Low Motif. So, you know, those messages are to me important because you know if you're inside of one of these companies and you're speaking to shareholders, that means that that shareholder right now at that moment knows what is going on inside of that company, what possibly is going to go on or not go on, and now it's that person's responsibility that has that message with one of these people from inside the company on how he's going to perceive that sentiment when he comes into the community with it. And I might have a problem now in 2023 of December with possibly some of the information that some of these people obtained and could have possibly, while I was being the bearish that I could have been, because I was seeing what was going on with the company, there were certain people that were like bullish beyond bullish, that I couldn't believe that these people that had some certain knowledge, maybe, did they know something that I didn't know? Were they trying to sway the sentiment? It now more rings bells with me that there's some people in this community that have spoken to a lot of people with inside of this company and have had information that potentially you know involves certain time periods in this play, and things could have been swayed in one way or another. And that to me, you know, is the information that I would love, because that just shows to me what management was all about getting inside of certain community members, you know, thought process, to take advantage of the sentiment, to continuously not do anything with the assets and continuously bleed money from the company, because maybe the sentiment within inside of the community of the retail community was being swayed in a different direction. That bothers me. Um, I don't know if you guys think like that, but I surely do, because I understand the power of social media and grabbing and kind of being out there and people following you and following what you say, that certain things that you say can sway an entire movement very quickly, depending on who it's coming from. So certain people during this time period have had certain information um, that, yeah, could have been used to sway either way, in my opinion. And now's the time to bring it forth.
Hey, what's up, Mr.Ric? Cap, Shot, how you doing, guys? Hey, just kind of
What up,
quickly.
man?
Hey, so, yeah, I guess it's me in on a personal level. I'm not gonna like physically judge this situation of what the physical people intentions were at the time when they were doing it, because I cannot do that. The judicial system will have to decide it for on those cases. But let me just put it in a blank situation. Uh, we all know how to contact other people and tell them something if need to be told something. So there's no excuse for anybody who has any information to not give it to, for example, to the lawyers. It's There's no excuse. How hard is for me, for example, to reach to the Vincom Ventures, which was almost fucking impossible, but yet somebody was able to do it. So if that person is capable of reaching to the Vinco Venture and all of those hierarchies, people like that, it's, you know what, it's really easy to reach Shad, to reach Mans, even Mark Basil. Actually, his phone number is on actually with his webpage. So all you have to do is just click on his site, and there's a phone number over there, and call him and tell him, hey, you know what, this and this, whatever you want to say. But saying it that this or that, oh, I cannot, that person have to reach me. No, no, nobody have to reach you. If you have something, you should come forward. Don't try to dismiss or try to deflect the responsibility. We are all responsible for our actions. It's not hard to call and says, "Hey, this is what I got, and this is what's going on." There's a lots of phone numbers anybody can find. Even when you go to the BBIG.com family, I'm pretty sure you could send the email over there. So you know what? So that there's no excuses. Just like there's no fucking excuses, like zero. And I don't have to be a person. You know what? Let me try to negotiate this. No. If somebody knew how to fucking contact Ted, they can certainly figure out how to contact anybody else on this fucking planet. Let me put it this way.
100%, D. 100%.
Yeah, they could fucking figure out how to talk to the Ted. Think about that for a minute. Just think about it like that. It's plain, it's crazy.
It's just common sense, right? It's just common sense, and we all have it. Yep.
Oh, I agree. For me, I'm just saying,
Finn,
not every.
Finn, no, we all good over here. But if somebody can figure
Oh, I
out
know,
how to
brother.
talk to the Ted, they can figure out the rest of the logic. Okay, let's put it this way. Let's not excuse
Oh,
the
I agree.
situation.
I agree with you. And all I'm saying is, the solution that I know of, it was what I just put out, and that's what was told to me. I mean, I don't have control over, and I agree. It should be out there, and it should have been out there. I'm just
This,
putting out what I actually know, and what
this
I
is
was
just
told.
postponing. This is just postponing the situation. Trust me. That's how this is. I'm just postponing this. I'm just like dismissing the situation. Postponing it. The Basil phone number is on his webpage. Go ahead and
And the
call it
way I
in.
see it, is, I'm dumb. I'm like probably the dumbest one out of all of you, right? But the rest of you are geniuses. And geniuses will eventually find out. So it's like either up front or we can play games, and we end games. I don't know if anyone's seen that yet. But I would just take that, and I don't think any of us need to bend to the will of anyone else. So they need to come to us. We don't need to come to anyone. We're doing just fine on our own. Like, I mean, we would love the help of anyone who sees our plight, but if you need demands at this point, that was when everyone said get off the train, and that was months ago. you know.
And they're not even demands because they weren't even communicated. And sorry, Finn, but you don't count. Like it doesn't count if suddenly it's being communicated through you in this moment because it's like, again, so as if after all of the, and I know, Shad, I know exactly what moment we're talking from in terms of the confrontation that had happened. But from that moment forward, for instance, and we know like stuff wasn't working out before that, but that moment forward, if someone needed communication and an apology or to be reached out to directly, they have to own that. That's their responsibility to communicate that to the other person. I'm like, does this individual also like want Shad to bring them flowers? Like, is he supposed to guess exactly sort of the ritual involved and how to
Yeah.
approach? Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's just a tactic to delay.
Yeah, we're done playing cat and mouse. Who's gonna find somebody? We're done with playing this shit around over here. I just found Basil's phone number in a matter of 5 seconds just to prove my point. And Cap, can you be able to put this on the front page? And I want confirmation from the shot in a physical manner if this is his phone number, and if this is his office. I just want to, if you can be able to confirm it, I just posted. So I want to make sure
Someone else
that.
can confirm it. I'm not putting anything
Oh
in no
no,
desk.
no, I'm saying the Basil
Yeah,
law
and
firm.
I get your point too. I mean, but listen, if you can send stuff to me or the BBIG family website, that's best. If you send it to the lawyers, they're going to bill us for the time of going through it. But I get the point. They're easy to get to, and that I appreciate that. Going back to December of 2022, I held a Zoom call. Okay, and I tried to include a lot of people in that call to get a consensus on what we could be doing in terms. And back then, it was more about getting the board nomination. Okay. And that's when I realized now, I didn't know it at the time, but at the time I was being used and manipulated because one person tried to keep Ric out and also tried to keep another person out. It's like, you would think this is a movie, that the kind of stuff that happened here. And now I don't even know. Now I don't even know if the things this person told me were true, if any of the things that they told me were true, because people were definitely trying to keep the real people out.
I remember the anti-Muntz movement. I didn't know there was an anti-Ric movement, but I do remember there was an anti-Muntz movement right around that time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, fortunately, Muntz was on the call, but there was people there. I don't want to talk about it too much, but the reality is it was, we have a core group of people now that I can trust, and we all know who each other are, and there are a good, close to 3,000 people who have signed affidavits, and some of those affidavits were false, but the majority of the 3,000 were real, like real names, real emails, real phone numbers, real addresses. They all coincide, collected IP addresses. And had there been an audit by the court, those would have hopefully all been clean. But there were also many submissions that were fake. And that's when I started to learn, that I needed to keep my eyes open. Because why would people I know who seem to be on our side putting fake stuff into the system? And think about it this way. If you're going to sign an affidavit, it said right on the form, you're doing this under the laws of perjury in the state of Nevada, right? So it's like, if you perjured that document, you could get in trouble. And the document said on it that you hold shares or you don't hold shares. And so if people were not signing those documents or faking those documents, that's an interesting thing to think about. Okay. And that's when I started to look closely at everything. Like, why would someone want to sabotage our case by pretending they're this or that? And that's not quite relevant to what we're talking about maybe certain individuals right now, but it's the theme that I've started to understand exists in the community. But there's two people in this community who were fairly prominent, who I don't know if I could trust them now, because there's been some inconsistencies, major inconsistencies. And so, like, what Ric's saying is that, if I was getting some accolades and getting pats on the back and lots of likes because I had been in contact with like Eric Noble or something, that's cool for a while. But then you get to a point where they took us to town. The company took us to town. They're crooks. We know it now, right? There comes a point where you got to say, wait a second. This isn't just a game. Like, I'm cool. I've been called out as a prominent person. Like, Eric Finman called up Ric to do a space call. That's a cool feeling that someone would call you up to do a space call, right? But it's not like he hid that from anybody. He actually did the space call with everybody. But if you got something, then you hid it from everybody, and you could have shared it with everybody, and now the company's desolate and we're getting ready to go to court in Vegas, and you're still not sharing it with everybody. Why? Right? That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. And so if you got caught up in it and you're embarrassed for it, well, it's time to come clean. Why not? Just come clean and say, hey, I didn't realize how integrated I was with those guys, and I got caught up in the mess, but I can help you take them down now. And I'm willing to do it. And I'll eat my ego and just do it. Right. But if you don't, you trying to create you become complicit. That's how I see it.
Well, I mean, I agree. I think everybody's taking what I'm saying out of context, like I'm defending something, but I'm not. I just was saying that that's what was said to me in a sense, and that's kind of the solution. But if if it's got to be brought to light, then it's got to be brought to light. I don't have any information. I don't talk to nobody. I don't talk to any of them. I was accused of
And
talking.
Finn, bro, you don't have to defend yourself, man. You're cool, bro. Seriously.
Oh,
You
I
don't
know.
And
you
you
don't
don't have
have
to
to defend
defend
yourself.
those
You're getting
or
put in
those
a
people.
precarious situation. It's not fair to you. So you're a brother. You're 100%. Don't even worry about it.
And you don't
Oh,
have
I
to
know.
defend those people, bro. You don't have to defend them. They need to stand up and do the right thing. I think that's what it's about. I think it's about standing up and doing the right thing. I don't think it's about this person needs to reach me if he wants to. No, bro, if you actually give a fuck about this community and you've been here since the beginning, you're going to offer that information. You're not going to like try to beg somebody because then you're going to get caught out there. And if you get caught out there, I'm going to fucking clown you. Because that's why I like that I'm independent. I'm gonna make a fucking example out of you on how you think that, you know, Shad's right. There's been some people in here that have given me some certain information that has maybe, made me feel a certain way towards Shad because that was their motive, was to make me think a certain way towards Shad. But then it's like, me and Shad talk to each other, and all of a sudden, it starts becoming much clearer how it happened, who the people were. And it's just like, these are the people I'm talking about right now. They hold that information with these certain people that are, to me, I care. I care about that information that you guys have. And you guys, here's the thing. You guys acted cool. You guys loved the attention during all those 2021, 2022, going through the collusion. You guys were eating it and soaking it up, loving the following, talking about, I'm only like 10 followers away from 2,000 people. There's some tweets out there with motherfuckers bragging that were like, people that were high in this community. And what's interesting to me is that they were loving that spotlight. They were loving that, bring the information to the community, make themselves sound super intelligent, like they had the connections, da 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 da. And they were deep connections to me because I had none. I barely could get anything but what was on space calls. And they somehow had information like inside shit. And they were the only ones that were getting emails sent back to them. Like, I do believe what some of these people post is what others are to see. Because if you have conversations, there's a lot more of those out. Who is Mateo? Exactly. Exactly. Not one person in this community would know that name if it wasn't for one person. This particular people in this community, man, that their DD, like I told Chad, is like some of the best that I've ever seen. And even how I met these individuals on the first like space call I had with them, I just felt, let me give you an example. My first space call, one of the things that we talked about in business was making sure that the company had an address, a physical address where they did business. And then the second was to find out whether or not they had insurance to track down whether these are real companies or not. And the first night I met Lauren, right? I'll just use Lauren as an example, as one of the people that have great DD. He stayed on all night to the wee hours of the morning, and we contacted the real estate company from the filing, and we ended up finding out that it was a lease building and that there was a company named Adriser in there, and they were there for 2 years with a lease, and they had paid X amount of money paid up. So that brought us a sense of information that I was like, holy shit, I didn't even think about going that route to find out if the company was legit or not, but Lauren did. And like that moment gained him so much clarity within the community that people started doing due diligence in a whole nother level because of what like Lauren and Lachlan and Aaron brought to the table when it pertained to BBIG and Vinco Ventures back in the day. That it was just something different. I was a different type of person talking about BBIG. Those guys were talking about the executives within inside the company. They knew their movements, what they were planning on doing, what companies they were going in and out of, who they were associated with. It blew my mind because that's what I started learning, was who is part of these companies and how they interact. I never thought like that ever. Um, so some of those people have information, and that shit matters now. To it matters. It really does. I think there's no expiration on what's transpired in this play, because the $12 is as real as that 1 penny stock price today. So I think the information that was exchanged in 2021, 2022 amongst shareholders and people from within management, and I named some of the names that people don't even talk about: Sam Saloni, Ken Bond, Matt and Laurie Argyle are key people that are inside of here. Anything you guys want to know about Vincent, really, that I have personally, has nothing to do with like what's transpired other than him being on my space call, and literally nothing. Like that guy, here's another guy that like literally I haven't talked to since like April, I believe, or May. I don't know nothing that goes on. So some of the people that have made themselves relevant in this play at certain times, I'm looking at very closely with a microscope. Where are you? Do you only come out to defend your name? Do you only come out when you're enticed to come out? How do we make these people come out of their shells? Because if you look at them now after this call, they've ran away very far. And it's almost like the communication is non-existent. And it makes me question, why are you here and what was your role here? And we'll find out. This is why I've been so collectively aggressive lately in our movement, and have reached out to Shad to even make it even stronger now, because I bring a different presence to it. I want to know what happened here. And I've been dying for the discovery because I'm just itching. That shit's worth every fucking penny to a guy like me that has been begging for financials, begging to find out what's been going on. So my goal in mind is the same as Shad's. It's to get us to that. It's to literally get us to that process and beyond that, to recoup the money back, and importantly, getting our hands on that information, on getting discovery. And that's all I ask for. And that's going to be part of it. Like I continuously am digging, and I will find this shit because there's a paper trail everywhere. And maybe possibly I have come across that in my periods. And I told Shad, whatever I'm going to come through, I'm going to look through my computer for everything I possibly have that I came across and I saved, so that I can give him and he can use it, whether it's relevant. But once again, there's people that have way more stuff than I do, that have had talks with Ted and others about what's transpiring inside of the company, and had knowledge, and to me did control. If Magicite targets me, right? But he should actually, he's partially right. There are inside influences, in my opinion, but he should be targeting those particular people, because I am not one of those people.
It's
But
always interesting that Care Bears always single out the honest actors. I feel it happens time and time again. Sometimes not, but it is
you know,
interesting when that
yeah,
happens.
it's nothing new to me. I've been here a while, and I've always been the center of attention and target. And I feel like when they want to create division in the community, my name always comes up. It's like, it's just becoming old at this point. And now that it's like the more vocal I've been getting this week, about bbigfamily.com and being doing the 24-hour thing, it's like people now are starting to like gain that hate again. I'm starting to get like those clown accounts that I haven't seen in a long time feeding me negative messages, and like, oh, you're still here, walking the sheep into dead land, stealing more money. I done heard it. And it's just like, it gets old to me. So you just got to block it out and always understand when you're doing something that others are against, or others don't think that it can be accomplished. I love that. I love being the person that they're saying you can't do that, or you're not, like Shad said it earlier, and I've been saying this whole, think about this, right? Apes have said in this play that we had the certain things inside that could literally be the eye opener for the entire market as to the manipulation of what's like transpiring and who's done it. Like we have the few communities that have actually, went behind the scenes and got legal action to pursue that. We could literally open up a can of worms that can potentially help all the other retail communities. So fuck yeah, I'm behind this. This is why I'm speaking so candid and so passionate towards those that have that information. Don't you want to be part of something that you helped start? We talked about this shit. It was about the movement, changing the financial system. That's what Apes built on. You know what I mean? So it's like if you said you were an ape back then and you held and you've been here with us. So it's just like, why wouldn't you want to have that information given over so that it can help us, like actually do the right thing? Here's the thing, that if you're not giving it, it's because you're guilty. You feel like you did something wrong. That's all I can think of in my mind. Why at this particular moment you couldn't even, and then like Cap said, you've had months and months to give it. And now it's like, if true, you want phone calls in order to make that happen. I wouldn't call you, bro. I wouldn't call you. I'm like literally calling on you right now because you're gonna hear the space call, and you need to give out that information, because I just don't want to see certain things sway in a negative direction towards others in the community. I just don't want to do it, man. That would be horrible. You know how we always talk about the Finman crew? I don't want to bring that shit up, but this is worse than that. This is nothing, because at least with the people that were inside the Finman crew, they were manipulated by Finman. This is something totally different when you have contact with people that are inside the company, and you're able to sway a certain sentiment because you're a certain person inside this community. Imagine if it was me that I'm talking about right now, that I used my movement to create a certain way. I could move this entire community at one point. I could, but oh, I gotta shut my mouth. These people have information, man. I make sense to me why I always felt like, why are you fighting me? What is wrong with you? And now I'm starting to get it now. And the more I talk on this call, I'm really getting it. It's like, there's certain people that fought me every step of the way with certain people, how I acted when I wanted to call out Farnsworth. Oh, you don't want to do, like, I get it now. I get it. And like this person has tried to sway me in a certain way to act negative towards certain people in the community, to not be involved, because they try to paint Shad in a certain light, where I've always known for it, since this kid. Let me tell you something. Like I told him, I was like, dude, you had the balls to take it upon yourself to literally start a court case. It's like you're the definition of, don't talk about it, you be about it. And it's like there's always going to be somebody there that's going to criticize you because you took the initiative on what they didn't have the balls to start. So there's always going to be people, right? And these people here that I'm talking about could have done the same exact thing that Shad did, but they didn't want to. They could have went actually and did what Akum did, but they're not doing that either. Where are they? They're in the middle. And if they're in the middle, right, they're not part of it and they're not against it. What are they going to do with all that information? And why were they here then? It's so easy to understand it. This person or people sold their positions a while ago and have just remained within this community because this is human behavior. They feel guilty. They want to hang around. They want to feel kind of like, just part of it. They come in and out, say a few things. So they want to remain relevant and then fall off. I'd rather actually see, right, people act like Aaron. Like me and Aaron might have butted heads crazy times, but at least me and that dude, I understand that the fucking mental anguish of this play literally destroyed his fucking life. It took everything from him. Everything. Everything that kid fucking had that he worked for, it was taken. He put everything into fucking BBIG because he believed in his due diligence. He believed in everything. Now, at least he just took himself right out of the equation, deleted his Twitter account, left in fucking January a long time ago. Lachlan did the same thing. But there's some people hung on, right? Because this is the DeLorean. I took people back in the DeLorean to recap what's transpired in the last couple of years and with who and how they came in. And certain people walked away because I think they already seen where this was going to go. I wasn't going to ever quit. I think if Shad didn't step up, and somewhere in January, I was literally already like, all right, who in the community wants to think about suing this company if by January 31st, like the company said they were going to, put out financials, who's thinking about suing them? And I got a great reaction on to a post over 1,000 votes or whatever to say it was like 90%. We're gonna fucking let's go litigation and sue the company. So I already knew the community sentiment at that point that we weren't taking shit in January. And then Shad literally like already was in movement to get the ball rolling on where we are today. And I'm glad he did because somebody had to do it. And I told him that over the phone. Like he's doing something that even I wasn't prepared to do, that somebody in the community fucking had to step up and do. And there was people even in a bigger position and a better position than Shad at that particular moment that could have fucking did it. And they didn't want to do it. And that's the part that bothered me. And me and Shad spoke about it and we reflected on that. And we couldn't understand why specific people didn't want to be in the front because they definitely played a role and I'm not afraid to say that their bankroll is a lot bigger than mine and it was a lot bigger than Shad's and they definitely put in a lot more cookies than me and Shad put together into this one play. And I couldn't picture why people who had millions of dollars in BBIG invested weren't one of the front running people to be out there and say, hey, I lost fucking $2 million. I got robbed. They took 1.2 million from me. I knew a few guys, more than 20 people just a year ago that had a couple of $1 million in this play. I don't see them today. And these are people that were in the tweets talking about, the company's going to do this. I've got inside, they never said insider. They said that they had talks with developers. They used certain keywords to make it seem like they don't want to tell you that they're talking to insiders. But what is a developer? If a developer is developing, say, Freescape, and you're talking to about concepts, when they're going to drop, when they're doing something, do you not have insider information? You can disguise the word developer all you want, but to me, that's insider. There's been a lot of inside information pulled front, back, and the same people who accuse me of having relationships with one person in this play, that was very few. It's amazing how these particular people had real inside information and they swayed this community. I'd be on a space call talking one way. These people would be like, how do you know that's the real Eric Noble account? And I'm like, because I know this is, yeah, but how do you know? There's so many fake. These people have fought me. I know exactly who they are today, thanks to Shad, because it's easy to see who they are. And it's just like at some point, you got to understand that we're going to see even more than this. When this thing goes to discovery, understand the hatred and more people are going to try to throw, knives at Shad. And that's where the community needs to be this dude's shield and Chris's and Daryl's. Literally, the community needs to shield these dudes. They don't need to be out there seeing that shit. They don't need to be out there responding to it or worried about what this community's saying. Like those particular actors, man, we need to literally be out there to debunk it because the way that, I've seen Shad do it is we PR it correctly. There's so many eyes on it when we have good news. And these people are they're going to be there. We need to understand how to play defense against them. And I love that we go on the attack and we don't let these people like call us out or whatever, or slow down the movement with some FUD. We have to do that. I've always said fact over FUD will always defeat the enemy. And it's still true today because we've always had to call it the way it is, man. So understand moving forward, the more that Shad and the team gets to where we want to see the discovery, these motherfuckers don't want to be in there. I'm just gonna say it. Do you think that, like, I'm interested in this, Warren? Would it be funny tinfoil. I don't know nothing because I didn't ask, and Shad can tell you, I didn't want to know nothing about what's going on with the case. I told him that I don't want to know nothing. Nothing. I didn't ask Shad nothing. I don't want to know. I trust him 100%. Lauren, tinfoil. What happens if there's information with you? I've thought about this so many times because I believe that you've talked to Ted and you talked to certain people. Like, are you not worried about some of the information that you hold and house from like Noble or uh, there's a part of me that wants to protect a few people in this community. I'm not saying because I know shit about this case. I am just saying that Basile is going to turn over every rock. He's not going to leave one stone untouched. If things were done and there's private communication, that's all going to come up. These people's emails and phones were subpoenaed. You guys got to understand that your names will be in there. Communication between you guys. This is tinfoil. I'm just thinking. You guys do understand that you could be implicated moving in the very thing that you were advocating for in 2021, 2022, 2023. Please be part of the movement moving forward to where we're going to get justice. I'd hate to see you guys portrayed in a certain way after the community has looked up to you guys in a certain way. Like, do the right thing. I think that should be the slogan today, is like, just do the right thing. And I don't want to see anybody get hurt that doesn't need to be hurt. Many people have been affected already. And I just ask you to do the right thing with the information you have.
Woohoo. I like I'm going to start using the hashtag do the right thing. I was actually just rewatching that film the other night. I'm also going to use the hashtag big shield. So like if I have an engagement like I had with Magicites last night, or someone that I think we need to like address and like nip in the bud, if you see me use hashtag big shield, please come in and give me an assist. I would really appreciate it. That anyone else
So
in
you know
our
what?
community?
You know, I'm very open with everybody. You know, I've always spoke the way I wanted to. To who I am, man. Let me tell you something. I could post enough shit, right? These individuals, they literally, we shouldn't even have to speak against them. I know in my heart they're against Shad. I know for a fact. There was like 6 or 7 people in one Twitter group, and Reaming and JL Man and Magicite and Lauren were in there, and they tried to invite me in there. I was out of there the first day, and that's where Magicite got that recording from, because he's a fucking snake. He baited me into that, and then I was sick of typing. So everybody who knows me, I hate fucking texting. I'm like, I rather just speak it in vocal. And he took my emotion and fucking used it. That's how he got those vocal. But those particular people in that group, they didn't like Shad. This was just like a month or two ago when he started putting that thing out, whatever that was. So I already know that they're not with what Shad is aligned to do. So if they have this information, I can already picture that they're like, no, fuck Shad. If Shad wants the information, he's gonna have to call me if he wants it. Like he's gonna have to grow. Like fuck that. Dude, now I'm more than ever. If I think that you guys think like that, I will literally figure out and dude, you guys leave paper trails. I'll find the information myself on the contact that you guys had, because you know what the problem is? You guys can't, you guys were so cocky when you were on Twitter posting this shit that you could have scrubbed your Twitter, but somewhere out there, somebody reposted your shit. There's a screenshot somewhere. There's digital databases everywhere. And thanks to like Corey, AMC, like even I picked up a few things on how to learn on how to track people and learn like what they've done during the play and things like that. So shout out to Corey AMC. But some of these people have been here for a certain reason, and what their role has been. So man, I'd hate to see you guys get caught out there, man. Ted's a nasty dude. Like, why would you don't be proud that you talked you know what I'm saying, to him, or that you were presented with information on how to sway this, like this whole, this is sad, bro. This shit goes back to the Colucci case, where there was already shareholders that were getting messages from Eric Noble inside of the courthouse and how to play the community sentiment. Like there was already people in the community that were fucking pumped up. I told Chad this on the call when I spoke to him, that there was people pumped up when I remembered at that time period and had access to information that I wasn't even aware of, that was getting put out there faster than I was even a part of. So it's just like I started looking deep at what was going on in 2022, who is out there, how is the information being gathered, and now here we are, December 2023, and I just had to go back into DeLorean a little bit to see what transpired and who's still here, match up my roster, you know what I'm saying, go through my BBIG ape, see who's still here, and then I started noticing who isn't on the roster anymore. And then I start looking back and it's like, oh, okay. I see what you guys were here for. Oh, I see what you did. And it's just like it's despicable to me. And I'm just gullible, I guess. I don't know what more to say. I've made some friends or who I thought were friends and brothers on this play, but it seems to be that there's a lot of shady characters that like either rode my coattails so that they could just like stay in the BBIG like spotlight, or manipulated me in order to keep a sentiment moving in a certain way of the community. I'm not really sure what their roles are, but what I can tell you is that I don't see them here anymore. And that's what the biggest part to me is where are you guys? Like, why am I still the only one here, man? Like, and you guys are all gone. Did you guys do something fucked up? Like, did you guys actually lead me into this shit? And you guys used my fucking following? Like, I've been trying to like figure all this shit out now. Like, cause it's just fucked up on how many people have actually manipulated me into this, like where we are. Like, and you guys have had the inside information while I continuously get accused of being the one, and all I've ever done is reach out to people to get them on space calls. I either got them on or I didn't. I try to do the best I could for this community to get people to speak to us so that we would have something. I know nothing more and nothing less. These people are very strategic. Like I believe that Mello possibly had an NDA through Vinco because of being there at the court cases. He heard things. Because if you guys remember, Hugh Tran posted something that he said that Vinco was going to be there was going to be a pot of gold. That was something that was referenced inside of the courtroom that Hugh heard, and he ran outside during a recess and then typed that onto his Twitter, and then was reprimanded by the attorneys because the attorneys seen that he had tweeted it, and he was quickly told to take that down. So you see the power of being an insider, or how quickly that information was revolting, going all the way around. Because there was investors inside of this executive team. So it's just like, of course, there's going to be misinformation being put out there because there has to be a sentiment, right? For this scam to continue, they had to make sure that the sentiment and that we weren't going to get all crazy and sell out before they could do what they wanted to do. Then you had Finman telling everybody to come on and sell. It's going bankrupt. It's going bankrupt. Think about how many people have come in here and they've used me as an scapegoat, and I'm ashamed of that. Like, not that I can't spot them out because I did, you know what I mean? I called these people out, but I feel like I was in the middle of some of these people of manipulating, right? Not manipulating, but almost changing the sentiment. Because if I host a call and allow them to speak, am I not the one giving them a microphone, and now the community is listening to what they're saying because I allowed them to say those things? How many nights I gave Lauren a microphone where I didn't think things were right, but he's telling everybody that AdRiser has a deal going on with this, and this Cortex opened up, and then I got this other guy's talking about this is going on. Then you got options guys jumping on talking about Friday's about to be lit. The conversations around Vinco was incredible. What happened and who was a part of it and why we're here. But I see it clear as day now because I was kind of always out in the front, and I allowed that by having free speech on my space calls. But now I kind of see that some of the space calls I hosted and let people co-host, there was reasons behind it. Like, do you guys think that I'm the one who got Ross Miller on that call? Not really. I didn't have anything to do with that. That was Mello. Mello put that together. The time, everything. I didn't pre-rehearse nothing with Ross. The first time I heard Ross's voice was when I started that space call and said, "Hey, Ross, are you there?" And he answered. That was the first time I ever heard Ross's voice. I've never heard his voice ever before, never had communication with him till that point in that space call. A lot of people would like to have the community think differently. But see, now I understand. The more I talk, so I love these calls. I'm DDing myself right now. Like Mello played a huge role here. Where is that dude? Where is he? He came in, he was all over with Ross, praising him. He was right about Finman. But see, there was an agenda. Where is he? Why is he gone? Why haven't I talked to him? I talk to this dude every day. I haven't talked to him since August. He fell off the planet. We had BBIG media. We had so many thoughts on like revolving the community around it. And like everything is like gone now. The same people that were here that had these huge, movements and were talking the talk to sway certain way. Like, where are they? And you know what's interesting? One thing in common. They all are against Shad. All of them. Every single person I'm talking about right now is against the very thing that he started. But at one point, these people were the biggest bulls. The biggest advocates on this play now are against what he is doing. I don't understand that. That bothers me because now that leads me to believe that all you were here, you got paid. You had an NDA and you got paid. Why else were you here? Why did you use me? How did you meet me? Where the fuck did you come from? I said that to Shad. Where did you come from? Like, how did you guys, because you guys, they search out the person that's the most prominent in that community and they target them. And that's what this fucking company did with me. And I didn't see it coming because I was so thirsting for the community to have information that I was so greedy to just get somebody from management on a call that I never thought about the implications on what was transpiring in the background. I actually do now. And these people that I allowed to speak on my calls had a ramification within the stock that I can't describe. But I'm sure you guys understand the run-ups. They played a vital role. And I kind of feel guilty because I hosted the calls and allowed these people to say what they said. I allowed Mello up there. Mello was always like a Ross advocate. Ross is this, Ross is that, Ross is here. I agree with him a lot of the times. And then he had his own agenda against other things where I didn't agree with it. But one thing is for sure is that I don't think he was Team Shad. I don't think he liked the way that this was going. And Shad's very kind. And I'm not as kind as Shad. And I think Shad likes that about me, that I'm free-willed and I don't care sometimes. And Shad in the beginning had these Zoom calls when he was thinking about moving forward with litigation, and he was just testing the waters on what he wanted to do and who with. And it's true that Shad tried to involve me in it, and that he was making it aware to somebody in the community to make me aware that he wanted me to join. But this particular person, which is Mello, joined the call. And then after the call, he called me and he told me that, that he wasn't on team. He wasn't on board with it, that he didn't like the way that Shad was handling it. He didn't like the way that Shad was trying to take control of it. So he kind of painted Shad in a certain light towards me and a few other individuals, clearly, that listened. And I was always skeptical about what Shad was trying to do because of the way that Mello portrayed that. And then what happened is, it came time where Busy Brands was somebody that I met in the communities, and Busy Brands took a liking to me, and I took a liking to Busy Brands, and I introduced Busy to Mello. Now Mello started talking to Busy, and Busy at that time was talking to Mark Basile, and Mello thought that it was in the community's best interest if somebody would vet Mark Basile. So somebody in the community vetted him, and they had communication with Mello. I didn't. And then it was presented to me, which now I believe to be false, negative truth, and I'm very upset about it because it would have been a deal breaker and a big difference to me. It was presented to me that Mark Basile, way before, was interested in taking our case, and that they brought it to Shad, and that Shad said that he wasn't interested. This was what was told to me, and it brought more disgust to me when I heard it. And I never, and mind you, my disgust now, and shame on me that I never reached out to Shad to clarify if that was true or not. I just went by this person because I didn't expect him to lie to me. And now coming to find out that that wasn't even the truth at all. That Shad already had been in talks with Mark Basile, and that there was already an exchange of communication going on. And it made me extremely irritated when Shad told me that, because now it painted a light as to why this particular individual was here this entire time on this play, and what his role was in trying to
And
sway sentiment, you know?
And
So
maybe I'll just clarify a point too. You know, we got in touch with Mark way back before Vegas because we're looking for a securities attorney, and it heard he had great credentials, but Mark couldn't work for us because Vinco was a Nevada corporation, and the only way we could stop the annual meeting was to have an attorney who was licensed in Nevada, and Basile wasn't licensed in Nevada. And so we couldn't retain him. So that it was just that simple. And so we had already done our
imagine
due
that, right?
diligence on Basile, and we couldn't use him. Plus, the retainer at the time was out of our. I mean, we didn't have any money back then, but so that just wasn't an option. But we stayed in touch with Basile the whole time through. He says, you know, stay in touch with me. You got any questions? I'm an open book. And I was like, wow, this guy's great. So when after Vegas started winding down, he had learned about some other things I'm not going to speak to about all the different parties we deal with. And that's when he's like, hey, man, let's talk, you know, and we worked out a deal. So.
Well, we talked, and then you immediately were like, "Oh, that's why you said that to me." And if you guys recall, there was a space call a few months ago where I snapped at Shad, and I apologized to him. And now you guys know why, because see the information, and I'm honest, man. I got nothing to ever hide. I'm one of the most honest people
Dude,
you'll meet. I
it's
got
funny
nothing.
now, but at the time I was pissed, bro.
Yeah,
I was
you
so
can see
pissed.
why I was like, no, you didn't vet him. No, you didn't. Because see, I was fed that information to be led to believe that you basically were like, no. You know what I mean? So it's just like, so, and see, I believe that those other guys don't know what I know now, because they didn't like talk to
Yeah.
you to see the steps and how it went. And see, I filled you in because now you were trying to figure out who it was that like kind of swayed or was saying something. Now you know it was Mello. So a lot of us are like, this is the first time I'm kind of publicly saying it, but I've been saying it for weeks. Where is Mello? I haven't talked to him. Where's Ross Miller? Like Ross Miller came out a few weeks ago when like somebody like questioned his integrity or whatever his name was. He came right out. I haven't heard anything about Ross. Like this was somebody that was supposedly supposed to be here, helping out the community, but these guys are walking away. What are you walking away from, bro? Like I told you, if the time came, people see magistrate, you're stupid, bro. You don't understand me. I will pinpoint anybody if you did wrong. I said if Ross did wrong one day, he's going to get caught. I haven't found anything. I don't know anything, but it doesn't mean he didn't do anything. But I did say, I don't really care. We will air out anyone. It doesn't matter who you are. So Magistrate's wrong about that. Like if I do find out that Ross was part of it and Mello was part of it, because I believe this is tinfoil again. I do believe Mello did say it on a space call that he had an NDA with Vinco. I could have to go back, but I do believe 100% Mello said he had an NDA throughout that time. So that means either, and I've never asked Mello, trust me. It wasn't like that. We were always talking about trying to do things for this community. We very seldom talked about fucking Ross like off camera. That's one thing with that dude. We were always talking about BBIG media or trying to do other things within the community or set up space calls. That was his fucking thing. And now I get it. He had an NDA. That's why he never talked to me about like Ross or any bullshit. Anything I ever seen was because of him. But now I understand. But did he get paid? I don't know that. I don't know whether he got paid. Did he get an NDA from the time that he met them in court? Because he told people he went to lunch with these people. Did he meet up with? I literally don't know. I know nothing. What I do know is that he knew stuff, right? Because if he's a shareholder and he was here and he was tweeting in this community and he was friends with Ross with an NDA, an NDA means that he's inside. They don't want him spilling information that he may or may not hear out into a public forum. I'm to think that he has inside information. Correct me, please, if I'm wrong. But that swayed shit, right? That sway shit. Because at some points, he was a member of this community. He was recognized as the BBIG court reporter. He was reporting on court. What were you reporting on? Like, so now I have to question it. Now I have to question it. And people, they don't want me to come to that. I rather, once again, let me just stop the rant because it's recorded. If do the right thing. If you have information, I don't care if we were best buddies, I will air your ass out. Just do the right thing. Bring that shit forward. These guys have all the money in the world. And like Shad would have to wake me up too. It's like Russ is not fucking like we don't know and I don't know. I'm just saying everybody has their hand in this cookie jar. Everybody has done one thing. And Ross probably did do something here. He did
Yeah,
something. He
I'll
knows
just
something, you know.
I'll just say, when we filed our suit in Vegas, we had names on that case. We had the board names, Eric Noble and Ted. Okay, and our new case. I'm not going to say who the parties are, but as far as I understand right now, up to this point in time, there's certain people I'm neutral on. I don't lean one way or another. I've never said anything bad, anything good. And Ross Miller is neutral in my book right now. I don't see that. I don't see anything in particular that stands out that I would say he's done anything wrong. But we'll let time settle things out. I know Eric Finman, for example. He did some crazy stuff, but again, I'm still neutral. There's what's the phrase you use? The jury's still out on that. You know what I mean? So it's like
I believe Ross Miller, in my opinion, is neutral. I feel the same way. I don't know this preferred share thing. I've talked about it publicly many, many times. His signature's on that.
What I'm saying is, without speaking to any specifics,
yeah.
There's some parties who've cooperated with us.
And I've told you I want to make sure it's on record that anything you'll ever need from me, just ask. But I don't think like I have anything. I think you're like superior. I think you're superior to anything that I can get my hands on. Like I told you, you're above me. But if there's anything I can always do to try to help, I'll always do and help you. But I think the other people have the stuff that I'm talking about that I don't have, that only they have because they were a part of it.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate to have, I think, 6 interviews with people over the past couple months, and if people cooperate, that helps us.
Especially those that were insiders. A lot of the community, this is just an observation. A lot of the community has asked Ross Miller because Ross Miller was in there that whole time, and a lot of the community has said, if you're already in there, why weren't you a whistleblower? If you were on our side, why have you never spoke up? And that's one thing that I've always wanted to ask him, like, why didn't he do it? Why hasn't he done it? Why didn't he like join on our side? Because he's had the inside. Like, and then this is just saying, Because once again, I'm neutral on him. I've done, I will literally go to the ends of the earth to find something on anybody in this company, and I've tried my hardest. And he's one of those guys. Whenever he can do whatever he's done politically outside, yes, you can find stuff, but inside this company, I'm neutral because I haven't seen something that I'd say, yeah, I got this guy nailed. He's definitely part of it, and I'm going to put his name right up on top of there with the list. I just can't find it unless he scrubbed it real well. But there's not saying moving forward that once again, if he has insider information and he knew exactly the way that this company was going to go, I feel like it was his duty as a court-appointed CEO to protect shareholders. And if he didn't do that, then that's going to be on him in the future to answer to. So, not me. So. I know, Elliot, you feel a certain way, and there's always going to be people that feel different than me about Ross Miller, and I just rather stay neutral. I mean, I don't want to play the politic role. Or I understand you lived in Vegas and you have a certain disdain for him. Like Magicite, there's nothing I'm going to be. Magicite dislikes him. There's nothing I'm going to be able to say. I'm just saying my investigation that and see as some people say that I'm a guy that needs proof. I'm a guy that needs the evidence shown that, this person was involved and he definitely knew he did it. And we need to chase him. I'm still yet to see that, because if we had that, I'm sure, our legal team would have that in their hands, and we'd see, already the talk of that Ross Miller is somebody who's a nasty name here. But I just haven't found that evidence yet, because I would be one of those front people. You remember when Eric Finman, the day I found out Eric Finman did me wrong, and he was trying to do something different with that secret. I literally made it a passion with like Chris Muntz to like literally destroy him and his image on Twitter. And if I find out that like Ross and Mello did that, my boy, I'm telling you, make no mistake, you know me, I will literally make sure, because I've tried to stay neutral. And that's what I told Shad, and I respect that he respects me. And he gave I love my boy, man. He showed me crazy love, and he told me, the door is always open when I want to do it. And I told him, listen, man, I'm doing my own thing, and he respects that. And I like that, because it allows me to say and do certain things that I feel that I can say, because I've been here so long with these people that I played a key role, that I feel like I wouldn't talk as much if I was involved in the lawsuit. I like this role staying neutral, because, if they were a part of it, Elliot, I believe that they need to go down, and I'll be the guy on the sidelines to take that hit and expose them, or put out the things that I think needs to be put. I don't care. If I was going to be nailed, they would have nailed me a long time ago. Like this, they don't have money to battle me at this moment. I'm taking a guess, but I'll be right there, bro. If you can show me the proof, or Magicite, show me the proof that there's insider stuff, or send it to Shad. Like Tonk said it today. I think people who have proof, like, start sending it, because, like, I know you guys. I want to see you guys prove wrong. Then I want to see you guys prove me wrong that Ross Miller is the snake that you guys said. Because dude, nothing shocks me at this moment. I've been duped by all of them. From Eric Noble, Mr. I'm here for the shareholders. I care about momentum. Like, we've all been fooled. So I don't take nothing for granted on what you've ever told me, Elliot. And I've always never taken to the heart. I love you, bro. And like, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. But what I can tell you is, like, they're not here. That's the fact. Mello and Miller haven't been around for a while now. Like, months and months and months have gone by, and they're not here. Makes suspicious. I'm not saying they did something wrong.
Mr.Ric,
I don't want to go on record, right?
Rick,
I just want to say, I'm not saying
talk?
you can, but I want to make sure I'm on record saying I am not saying that Mello has done anything wrong, and I'm not saying that Ross Miller has done anything wrong. I'm just stating the fact that they're not here anymore, and they potentially could have played a role in this company on what's transpired. I'm just saying that. I'm not saying that they're guilty of anything whatsoever, or that I have proof.
Yes, but that's why I wanted to talk, because when everybody remember when I met Mello in Vegas, he speak the same stuff that you speak right now to me. The why Chad is doing that, why Chad don't go win Basil, why Chad don't do this. And he showed me in my face from his phone number, his cell phone number, his cell phone, all the document that Ross Miller give you to him in his office. And he showed me even documents from the Honey Bubble brother who the guy was suing, the guy from Ariser. I saw the documents with my eyes because I take him to it. And he started talking so much bullshit about, and I'm not lying. I'm going to tell you what he was talking so much bullshit the same way he was talking to you about shot because they don't wanted that lawsuit. And that's why I understand that Ross Miller was part of this too, because if because it's illegal for a CEO at that time give you all that documents to Melo, and then I've been calling Melo every week, 2 times, 3 times. He never answered after that. He answered me only one time more, and then he said, "I'm not agree what Chuck was doing. I'm not agree with this. I lost my family. I lost all this." And he never get this guy Basile as an offer, as the office, and he say no. And now you realize there is all lie because they wanted to entertain us. It's more. He even told to me about the shares. The Hutchinson Bay call straight to Ross Miller to pass the share because he was the only one who can pass that share because he was who was over there. And even the Secretary of State know him. And that's why they passed the share. And that's why he using, and that's why I said to you from the beginning that he was using all of us. And I'm sorry, Eric Friedman too. He using my history and he blend on top of my history to come to the company, to the how do you say, to the company, to the community, to try to make us to be I'm here for the poor guys, I'm here for the poor community. And it's not like that. They all was planned. And I told you from the beginning why they not rich anymore, why they set up the zoo. And because I remember Melo say no, he going on to the Discovery. They're not going to set up the zoo. He going to Discovery because he wanted to help us. Why he set up and he not went to Discovery when he sued? You understand? And that's why a lot of stuff that's why I get so mad to Ross Miller, because after I get all that information and I saw all that information and he not did anything and he approved the share on top of all the Honey Bubble, the CEO of Honey Bubble was saying to him, and he did what he did, that means he's part of compensate of what is going on. And that's why I've been saying to you for so long that's why they disappear, because the only way it's not was a casualty for Ross Miller to go to there and say, okay, he's here, let's go put a Ross Miller as a CEO or co-CEO to the company. Nothing was a casualty. Everything was planned because they need somebody who passed the preferred shares. And he was the only politician in hardcore. And maybe the fight between him and this guy, Jesse Lowe, was a bullshit like all politicians do, to say, I fire him. Like say, you know what? I'm the strongest guy. He was nobody. Why? To clean up his name too. You never know, but I promise you, all of them, they are there. Because when I saw the documents that Melo have, and I'm sorry, Chad, I wish you can get all that document from Melo, or you can ask, was a lot of documents that was inside with being convention stuff and signed by Ross Miller and by all of them. Was a lot of document that he give you to Melo, and that's illegal. And that's when I saw all the bad actors talking bad about chat. And between you and me, the only guy who step up and say, you know what, we need to sue the company. And that's why I'm 100% with him. And that's why Melo no wanted to talk anymore with me, because he was thinking they are going to fight versus Chad the same way Ross Lawrence, he wanted me to fight versus Chad when he said, no, because Chad called me a bumper. You know what? If you don't have the ball if you are losing so much money, like you say, and you don't have the ball to put your name and to be part of the community and to not donate it, I'm sorry, I can assume it's the same shit. You are a bumper too. Because if you really are losing your money, you lose your family like I lose my grow. Like I lose all what I have it. Because I don't have anything. I send a screenshot with my account to chat, and he know that I lost all my money. I don't have anything, Mr.Ric. I don't have anything. I've been working hard to recover a little bit of my money, and I start swimming again back. But I lost everything, everything. 14 years of work in a kitchen, 14 hours a day, 250,000 that I have a saving, and I lost everything. I have a $32 in my Winwood account right now. For how much is the price of the share? $32 from almost 200,000 because I get a call margin almost 250,000. And I get call margin too, and I lost almost 40 or 50,000 more in call margin, plus I have a less 171,000 less. And it's sad. And then that's why I was speaking to you from the beginning. They are using you because I meet with Melo. I invited him to it. And I never wanted to talk like that because I don't like to talk behind people, but you can bring him in front of me in a spin call and I will talk like that too. And I will say, tell me what all you say. He never was part of the lawsuit of Jack. He was thinking Jack, he will keep all the money or he going to pay only to his own people. And that was when I get mad to him. And that's when he broke out with me and he don't wanted to speak. He only speak one more time after that. And I called one time and he never answered. And every week I've been calling him to say, hey, bring all that documents to chat. What Miller give you to you. Bring all that. And he never answered me. And I sent a text message to him. And that's why I said to you, you will be getting played the same way they play all of us. They play me. That's why I'm losing all my money. They play me because I was thinking it was something different. Ross Miller no was a casualty, was over there on the court case. Did he get the co-CEO? Did he know all what they was doing? And he not come back to the court case and say, you know what? These people, they are trying to steal all the money from shareholder. Stop the company. Let's go bring an independent board. He never did that. He just trying to play. He get paid for what he went to do, and he did what he need to do, and he get paid, and you are out. What happened? Why he not reach anymore to you? Why he not reach anymore to the community? Because it's that. Because they are all the same. And we're going to see on the court. You will see when Discovery comes. You will see I get fucked up one time for Eric Firman. And I even send a private text message to Eric Firman and say, you know what? A man don't do that. A man don't play when feelings. A man don't play when people who is losing all the money. It's not the money they have extra. It's the money that they need. It's the only money they have. And you did that. You really did that. And you are a piece of shit if you're not coming out and speak. Or you're not part of the community. And he never did anything. He even respond me back. And it's the same stuff I will say to Lawrence. And it's the same stuff I was selling to you from the beginning because we need to be together in this. We need to be together. We are the only people who is affected. It's not Ross Miller. I don't care about his name, about his reputation. I care about reputation of our family. Of people that are real losing motherfucking money. Who people who real losing the family. Who people who real put in the events because was versus China and we don't want the communists in this country and TikTok is like that and we put it and they use our politician bullshit size to try to put more money on this game, on this play, and they never did anything. And that's why they play us. They play us from the beginning. And they build all these chess, win the hair funds, and win everything. And that's why I said to you from the beginning.
All right. Ramon's had his hand up.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I figured this call is not going to be lasting much longer. I'm glad Ric's back up because I wanted to come up and say a couple things while he's still on the call. So first, I'm loving the Shad Ric bromance forming. And to be honest, like as y'all know, like Shad's my brother. Like him and I talk one time a day, multiple times a day. I mean, we talk about a lot of things that's not even court related. And I trust that guy. Leading this endeavor, and I'm love being his I guess number two in this. He's a fantastic leader. But I just wanted to say with regards to Mr.Ric, and you mentioned this earlier, like I have always had like a genuine respect for you and a partiality towards you above all of these so-called OGs in the community. Like you and I went through that shit with the Finman ordeal. We saw reality whenever things seemed to be going down a bizarro world. We stuck to our guns and we endured a lot of hate from a lot of different people. Built a lot of scar tissue, but you and I think we were kind of always sort of joined in that, and so I just wanted to come up and say that you made a point earlier about your role in this fight and liking to be a little bit separate from the details. And I'll be honest with you, there are many times where I wish I was in that role. A lot of times I can't come and say what I want to say or get involved in the way I want to get involved because I just know too much and I don't know what I can say, and I don't want to cause any problems for anyone. I I have a lot of things to say, but I think a lot of times it's best that I just stay in the background and I understand my role. And I have a close group of close friends that are working alongside us in the fight. That we all have our own little roles in supporting Shad, and so I prefer to focus my time there rather than going onto Twitter all the time. Um, with regards to the mellow stuff, I don't really want to address the Lawrence stuff. In a weird way, I felt like it's come to light more, Ric. I think you maybe sort of had an epiphany here where you start to feel like maybe your role in the community was exploited and you were starting to be kind of a pawn for other people unknowingly. And like I have felt in hindsight, knowing what I know now, I felt like that now, like that's been going on for a while. Like I am genuinely like a dude who doesn't even like to be like I don't like to be out there in the open. I'm pretty private most of the time. But I think a lot of people were sort of drawn to me because of some of the DD that I did, some of my analysis, and that sort of grew. And because of that, I think certain folks saw my DD and my growing following as an opportunity to exploit that. Um, like I have been getting for a very long time snippets. I'm sure a lot of people in the community have of stuff from the company. This is going to happen tomorrow. Don't tell anyone. Or this is an email that I got. Or look at this communication I've had with such and such, with Ted or Eric Noble or whoever, right? Like I've been fed that stuff, not asking for it. Like I don't want any information. But people do that. And I think it's because they want to exploit certain aspects of my abilities that can help them towards a means. Now with Mello, like I don't know if people realize, like Mello and I were like very early on from when Mello became known in the community. Him and I were kind of boys. Like from the court cases, from everything going on with the raw side of things in the court case, like Mello was always reaching out to me. And even the day of the settlement, I got like a weird message from an unaffiliated attorney who wanted me to be able to listen to the hearing, which I didn't do. I wasn't actually able to do that. But I've always felt like there's just been weird coincidences of people wanting to be able to exploit me. And like with Mello, it's like him and I talked all the time, but over time, our relationship grew very contentious, and a lot of that was geared towards Shad. When Mello would often be frustrated with like my unwillingness to try to manipulate Shad into doing things a certain way that he wanted to do. And Rick, honestly, he would invoke your name a lot, right? Like, oh, Mr.Ric is super pissed at Shad right now, or like we have a lot of information that we're gonna drop if you don't advise Shad that he's doing things the wrong way, which is a lot of stuff like Elliot just mentioned. But I just wanted to come up and make that point. Like, I just feel like there are certain people in this community that have specific roles, and I don't know exactly like who's affiliated with the company, who is maybe just trying to pump the stock, what their roles are, but it seems very suspicious all the way around. And the more that I'm involved in this with Shad, and the more things come to light, the more that becomes very, very clear evidence.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that with Mello. It's interesting now listening to you guys, and yeah, he was here for a reason, I think, and the fact that he had an NDA with Vinco Ventures or with Ross, I'm not sure how that went down. The fact that he was able to now that, and I remember, I'm not trying to put people on the hook. I'm gonna call it the fuck it is, right? Benjamin. Remember Benjamin in the community? So I know that Mello was reaching out to certain members. Elier is one, and Muntz is the other, and me, and then there was Benjamin. And there was one more person that Mello was really tight with in the community. But now I'm starting to see what was going on here. It was almost like, to me, they were telling me that he was telling me you guys were like on some other path that you guys had no idea, and that you guys basically were bad mouthing me. Now I'm kind of hearing like he was going over to your side saying that I'm fucking pissed at you guys, and it's like he seems to be the middleman in this, and almost like pushing. You guys remember? Let me tell you, son. Holy fuck! Do you remember December or October of 2022? Fucking, he wrote this massive fucking letter on Reddit and wanted everybody to read it. And he was like basically in October telling everybody that he was going to give the company till like January 31st to get their shit together, which was like 3 months like away. And we were all fucking pissed. We wanted answers, but then we all like kind of jumped on board. Like, because we thought we trusted him, and we went there and read it. And then we were like, yeah, he's right. We should give this company enough time because Ross hasn't been there. Yo, everything now is like ding, 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 ding. The more we talk about it, I'm starting to see like how certain people were doing certain things or writing certain things, and then the community was just like, yeah, let's give the company 4 more months. But meanwhile, it's like as we were like changing our sentiment and gauging our focus towards other places, this company was like they were ripping the company apart inside and changing management and plans of having other people coming in and out. So I'm starting to think now it's like that his role here was definitely keyed towards certain individuals in the community, and to me, if he couldn't get his motions or ideas across to others, he basically was trying to cut that person off. Like, yeah, now I remember. It's all right because now I feel comfortable speak. I know for a fact he talked with Elier, and I know for a fact he talked with Chris Muntz, and I know for a fact he talked with Benjamin. It was the people he disclosed to me that he trusted in the community and was passing information around. Elier has said some things that I've never even said, because Elier knows the same things that I know. Chris knows the same things that I know then. And I'm starting to think that Mello was just like a plant, the way he came into here. And, Shad makes a good point, too. It was just like, it's funny because Magicite said it for the longest time. Like, what I'm saying? Like, Ross Miller's leaning outside of a courtroom. All of a sudden, he's walking by, and the judge is like, blows the whistle. And all of a sudden, like, they drag Ross Miller into this court case, and he becomes a part of it. And all of a sudden, like, Mello is the court reporter. Nobody's ever met him in the community, but we all trust him all of a sudden. And it's just like, I just don't get it, man, how we were able to be manipulated by these people at the end of the day. And nothing think about it. It's about facts. Mello had an NDA with Ross Miller. These guys reached out to like 5 of the top people in the community to try to, pass information back and forth and regulate how things were going, especially with Femin, with that cease and desist. And I was told to not I was told, but I felt like I needed to be out in the front of that cease and desist letter to like shut Finman up at that period. But now I get it. It was like the other side saying we need to shut Eric Finman up. And I remember that Mello recorded that Finman call where he went on that Elon Musk space call and he sent that to Ross. And Ross, I believe at nighttime, listened to that. And that's when I believe Ross made the decision to give Finman that cease and desist. But now I see my role. I see what they did, man. Helium, I'm not saying they did something wrong because I don't want to be on record saying that Mello. We're just stating what we know as facts right now because I'd like to keep it that way. So these are facts, man. That somehow there's an NDA. Somehow he shows up out of nowhere. There's a lot of characters like that in this play, that we're starting to recognize because they're not here. Yo, and nothing's ringing truer than what I said about the roster. I'm looking down our roster list, man. The people I started and who's been here, and a few are not there anymore. A few are not in the game, and it's just like, hey, why are you not here anymore? What did you do something wrong? Like if you sold, I don't give a shit. Everybody has reasons, fam. I don't give a shit. But stay fucking advocating. And then even more reason if you have to sell and you sold, that should make you really pissed off that you're like, no, this company's not going to get away with it. They played me too, man. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard one of these characters come up and say, yeah, they played me. They got me. No, they ran away. They ran away. And I'm always at the top of this shit. Somehow in the last 3 years, I'm always in this shit. And it's just like they've all used me. And at the end of the day, you want to think that people are sincere and you want to think that they're just like you and that they were there. And it's just like, no, they're not, man. Because if they were there, they'd be here on this call right now. And it's 12:13. I got to work in the morning and I'm still on this call. And because I'm devoted to this community. And if those people were devoted to this community, they could do the same exact thing that I'm doing. So that's how I'm gauging on who's here, who's not, and why are they gone? And why are these people still here? So it's quite evident to me after talking to you guys what's been going on and how people have been shielding people and from getting the message. Because listen to me, I'm a motherfucking ape. Like they don't like when I speak. So it's like, who better than me for them to try to control the narrative? And I get it now. And it's like I was a sucker, like Munt said, like, yo, me and Mello got real tight. I mean, we were talking every day. There was times I was at work and just I would put my speakerphone on and bullshit with the dude, fucking talk about what we could possibly do, like just plans with BBIG Media. Like I spent a lot of time, especially him and his wife. I spent a lot of time because his wife was involved with a lot of the graphics and a lot of that shit. So now that I'm thinking, it's like, were they getting a paycheck? Like what was going on? Like I don't understand. Like I'm very confused to Mello because that's some fucked up shit the way he came into my life and we were like literally brothers. We talked about a lot of shit, like and just for him to like fall off like that and not give a fuck about me or give a shit about my family, what's going on with our family here in BBIG, like something doesn't smell right. Like and even Ross, like what are these guys doing, man? Like plants. A script that was written by Theodore Farnsworth in 2021, like February, March, and April, in my opinion. And Vincent Buddha, like Vincent Buddha, right? I don't think Vince has anything to do with it, but he's part of the court case. And what's interesting to me is that the court case is still on with him, I believe. And what his role was, like he hasn't been heard of on Twitter, like since he came out.
No,
You
Mr.
remember?
Ric, you remember when they posted the picture that Ross Miller went to over there to meet with Buddha, and Melo said, you see, they're going to bring the people and all that. That was all entertainment. That was to divide the
No,
community.
I know what that was for.
No, it's for entertainment to divide us
No.
because another people say why Buddha is now was here when he was supposed to, and why Buddha is now trying to get and sue the company. At the end, what? Nothing. They don't help us in anything because they all get paid.
No, I can tell you.
One way to the other way, they all get paid. And that's
I
why
think
we get screwed, because all that was planned. Even Jason Matt, he get paid. Buddha, Vincent Buddha, he get paid. All of them get paid. And at the end, who only get lied to one side, to the other one was us. And what they did, they tried to divide us. Talk shit about chat with you. Talk shit about chat with me. Talk shit about the other people, because they try to divide it and try to create a false narrative for us to don't come together and do what we are doing before anything happened, what they was doing. That was all. Because if we was in this place right now, on the place we are from the beginning, and we saw them before they did all this stuff, they will never run away with this. Now it's harder because, and that don't mean that we can do it, but at that time was the time to us to come together with chat and do all that. And you know what? At that time we not did, because a lot of people start getting one way and the other one, because all this bad seed that they are trying to plant inside to the community. And that was the real case. That's why we get so fucked up, and I get so angry when a lot of people, that's why I say from you to the beginning, I'm not trusting Ross Miller, I'm not trusting nobody except to the community, because we are the only one who is hurting, who is really losing money. I lose all my money, Mr.Ric. I really lose all my money.
I can clarify a few things for you that I know
Hey,
about
can
that.
I just say something real quick, Mr.Ric? Can I just step in for just a second? I don't mean to cut you off, but
No, go ahead, brother, go ahead.
I mean this call is, it's probably one of the most important calls I've been on. And there's a lot of questions I want to ask, but I don't feel comfortable asking publicly on a recorded call. So I'm going to just touch
Are they
base
towards me? Are they for me?
for several people.
Oh, if
There's
they're for
people.
me,
There's
I'll answer.
people.
Hey, if you got any for me, I'm more than happy, brother.
And
Yeah,
for me too, I don't
there's a
care.
lot of
I don't
people.
care.
There's a lot of
Yep,
people
I'll let
texting
everybody
me.
know.
There's people texting me and DMing me stuff that could be hints to things, but bottom line is, I'm going to be reaching out and put together maybe a sort of a closed call. And I think what's happened tonight is a lot of people are realizing that, you know, they've trusted other folks and maybe been played like we have. So, and now they're willing to share. So it's good. It's healthy. It's healthy for the community. So, kudos to you and everybody who's like, wow, man, we've all been kind of played. So at the end of the day, this could maybe get us some info to kind of close some open ends. No matter what, we've got what we need for this case, and this case is strong. We're just trying to write it in a way that's high quality. But if there's some additional stuff that could help us add a party or two, hey, I'm all for it. I want everybody accountable. So that's all I'm going to say. I need to step out here soon because my house is asleep over here, but I'm going to just kind of keep listening quietly and here in the corner of my music room.
Elliot, I believe. So I believe. I think Ross said it on the call that he had with Buddha. So what happened was, I remember Vince on LinkedIn, I believe, reaching out to either Mello, I think it was Mello, and then Mello told him that he should talk to Ross Miller about any information or trying to help possibly get him together in a court case. So then when they met up, see, I was thinking like Vincent Buddha was somebody who had a lot of money, but then coming to find out that he doesn't have the kind of money that most people think he has, and he couldn't afford litigation. So what I believe that Ross said was that he called in some favors, and then he got Segal pro bono to defend Vincent Buddha and Jason Ma. I think so that I'm just trying to clarify what I know publicly that he said about that. But I agree with you guys. And Shad, you already know if there's anything you ever need to know. There's nothing really besides if you're hearing something new that you didn't know today. There's nothing much I can do, but I'll answer anything publicly on this call. I'd rather leave it all on this call and then let everybody know what I know. You know, if I can ever help, I'll definitely help.
Yeah, I mean, some things I think are good to say publicly, but there's also, listen, when we go into depositions later, and people don't know what we know, then if they lie about it, we're going to know, you know. So I'd rather get some of this information privately as opposed to publicly, because if it's recorded, then they know what we know. But what's effective about depositions is when you ask a question and you have the answer already, and then they lie about it. So that's the point I'm trying to make, is like, maybe it's not so good to say too much. And I think everyone's been filtering pretty good, but there's some tidbits here, and I'm getting some details. See, what's happening now is some of the dots are being connected, because I know some stuff over here and I know some stuff over there. Then I hear something tonight and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's why wow, like those two dots are now connected. And so I want to continue connecting those dots.
I
100%,
I
man.
agree. Yeah, 100%. I agree. I'll try to help you connect the dots. I know like what Elliot mentioned or months like, but definitely some particular people played a key role here. And the more we've talked about it on the call, you can kind of like see where these people played their role and why they were here potentially. Or it's interesting when you run a timeline. This is definitely one of the most important calls of 2023 that I've heard from the BBIG community. Aside, been very informative, to be honest with you.
Ouch.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a ton of important calls. I mean, I hate to say that, but this one, because
True.
this one, from a standpoint of evidence within the community, I mean, we've never had anything like this, so it's unbelievable. And just the fact that we're understanding that we all may have been played is kind of sad.
Mickey Cabs, are you going to tell them what I was about to tell them?
No, I was just gonna say, do we all understand how nuts all this stuff sounds?
Oh
Like,
yeah, dude, you
company
don't know how many
executives,
times I've sat back and gone, I've told my wife, like, this is literally a movie. Like, this is the
company
kind of stuff that happens in movies.
company
All right, give me. I was
executives.
just thinking. Here's a trivia. Here's a trivia for somebody. Tell me how what changed our mind when we found out Vinco was going to lawsuit with Colucci? Who and how what changed our mind? What made us Team Ted?
I can
That's
think
an
of
important.
3
That's
individuals.
important. Yo,
can
I
think
want to
of
hear it. This is important to me. I need to know how our sentiment swayed from one end to the other. That's important because that tells me who is relevant and who is out in the front.
I think there was a couple
Uh,
actors who pushed it.
One of the big actors was Melo when he say, or everybody not remember, when he say, no, this is the guy who is bringing all from the beginning, who bring Lisa King, who bring all the good assets, who make all the, and he even say after in YouTube, even Ted say on a YouTube video about that they raised the money, that they did that, and all that, and Melo say the same stuff before. These guys say that. And
Hold on, Elliot. Look, answer. You're a cook, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the ridiculousness of the situation where company executives or boards of directors are sharing information, or CEOs are sharing information with some dude who is allegedly moving to Texas and then visiting Las Vegas and taking cash apps from people and donations from people to do that. And then he is then meeting with you to share information with some cook dude from Twitter. How that is ridiculous. No, I'm not saying it
Agreed.
didn't
I
happen.
agree
I'm not saying it.
100%.
I agree, but I saw that documents, and
No,
he even say, I
Elliot,
was
I
sitting
believe
with
you.
Ross Miller today in the
Hold
before
on.
I
I'm not
get
putting you
there.
down. I'm just saying, I believe you.
You know, I don't have.
What I can't believe is how ridiculously foolish these people are that they didn't think that all this was going to come out.
No, because they never believe that we can get together and do what chat is doing. That's the problem.
Well, you
They
know,
never believe in that, and that's why they are
where they
screwed.
fucked up. That's where
Yes, they fucked up, Mark. That's why I say from
Big
the
time.
beginning, they use us because they wanted to divide us to don't do anything. Because you know what? I'm not going to sell never. I will pass this experience to my kids and my kids through my kids. You know why? Because I'm down, Matt. I lost everything. I have $32 in my account.
I know. I just DM'd somebody that said I just upped my share price. Fuck it.
Yes,
I
just
had a price
say
in my mind that I would take, and now I just tripled that dude.
yes. Me
I'm
too.
not taking
Just
no less
based
than
on
that now.
this information tonight. I like 100%.
Me too.
Like,
And that's why, Matt, I say from the beginning to Mr.Ric, they when I spoke that day when this guy, when Melo, and he showed me all what he have, I said, I call Akun. And I test Akun. I remember I test Akun and I say, Akun, something is happening in the company because this guy showed me so much document about Honey Babo, even they are using the stuff of Honey Babo for lomotis and for a riser to try to bump. Even all that shit he showed me.
No, I believe everything
You understand? And he showed me all that shit.
Elliot, there's a saying.
Ross Miller give you to him.
Hold on, Elliot, hold on. I believe you 100%. There's a saying in the Navy, and it's a serious thing. Loose lips sink ships. These people were all running their mouths. It's crazy. They must not have been getting paid enough. That just shows how greedy they were. They were like kicking the crumbs down to the people who were actually dishing the information out to public people who were supposed to be maybe keeping some of it secret and sharing it with certain people. I'm assuming that's what was going on. This is absolutely crazy. Why would that dude show you those documents? Why would that Eric Noble put that Instagram video up of Taylor Swift and shoot it over to a couple people and then immediately delete it, but knowing full well that he had just caused the information production assembly line?
Because
And
at
that
that time
assembly
I
line
think so they
trickled down to
wanted to
all of
divide
us.
it. Matt, because at that time when he showed me all that document, they wanted to divide the community. Remember that we start dividing between Republicans, Democrats, Ross Miller is corrupt, all that shit. And that's why he showed that document to us to go back to Ross Miller, back up Ross Miller, and let Finman to die. Because now they want another narrative.
The funny thing,
Before
Elliot,
was
hold on. I get it. The funny thing is they did not realize that there's some things that are more important than Republicans and Democrats. It's money.
I agree with you
We all
100%.
bought shares to make money. We didn't buy shares to go to 10 cents. We bought shares to make money. And money ultimately in capitalism trumps any kind of political thing, because it doesn't matter what the politicians do if you're a millionaire. You're like, go get fucked. I'll move to the Bahamas.
Yes, I agree with you.
I'll go spend the rest of my days at the Tortuga Tavern, giving money to kids and buying them shoes and shirts and shit. And I'll laugh the whole way to the bank. That's what trumps, for lack of a better word, Democrats and Republicans and trying to plot people against each other. The foolishness of this is just ridiculous. I donated twice today, Chad, because I think that this is a winner, and I love you, man. I appreciate it.
Yes, and that's why I say from that day that I even tried to reach Mr.Ric. I sent to Mr.Ric a lot of text messages. Hey, call me, because I wanted to talk this private with him to understand what kind of ground he's stepping. Because I even talked to Junior, my friend, and I even talked to Chad what they say to me. And I even talked to all of them, and I know they was using Mr.Ric for that. Because when I talked to him and he showed me all that stuff, I'm sorry, nobody can get that shit if it's not because it's insider or something like that. And he showed me all that in his phone. Look, all these documents. Look at this. They are suing. The Honey Babo is suing Ted and all that because they did and they used his stuff. And all that stuff he showed me in documents from BBIG. inside it before anybody get anything. And I even called Akun that night, like
Okay,
desperate about what is going on.
Okay, Elliot.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. And I just think
Elliot.
that all that is amazing. That is just crazy when you think about it. Right? I mean, go ahead.
I was just gonna say 100%, but Preston has also joined us up on stage. What's going on, Coach?
What's up, guys? I was just replaying events in my head. Does anybody remember who gave Mello credibility because of a meeting in Vegas? I'm just curious. There was a meeting that took place with Mello in Vegas. I just don't
Yeah,
really
it wasn't
remember
me.
much
It
about
wasn't me.
Mello.
That's a good. That's a good question.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. Someone met with him and then publicly vouched for how good of a guy he was and to the community, and then he kind of took off from there. This is the court reporter.
Hugh Tran was there. He was the guy who like spilled the beans about the pot of gold. He met him there.
Anybody else?
Didn't they all go to lunch?
They did all
And they
go to
took
100%. Yeah, he said they went.
picture
Yeah.
out in the lobby of the courtroom.
And then he
Yeah.
said something like that. They were watching our videos of the memes that we were making, and Lisa King was like laughing during lunch at him, and that they loved the memes that we were doing or something. Yeah, he went to lunch with them, took a picture. There's a picture out there with him and like Ross and everybody. He's got like a Wu-Tang shirt on, I believe.
Yeah, they thought they were laughing like as friends, but they were laughing at us. That's what they were doing. Right? So like when you're somewhere and people laugh, right? And you do something, you don't know if they're laughing with you or they're laughing at you. So those people at that meeting thought they were laughing with them if they weren't complacent. But what they were actually doing was laughing at us. Which makes me more angry.
I remember who said he was a good guy, Preston.
Yeah, and I'll just stop beating around the bush. I'm really more interested in the time. Does anyone remember when Lauren and Mello met in Vegas? When they made time to meet in Vegas and sit and talk?
Oh shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, Mello did mention that to me, so that I could go back in my messages with Mello, and I could say, but yeah, he did say that he met Lauren one night up there for like an hour or whatever.
Look, say that again, Preston.
They met in Vegas, but I'm interested in the time. I don't quite remember when exactly it was relative to the trial.
I thought it was after the trial. That's what I thought, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember any of the words in the tweet? I can probably find it if it's still up.
This is crazy, man.
Like, look who I ran into in Vegas, or something like that. And I remember him saying that he met Lauren, but Lauren only could stay around for about an hour because Lauren was like with other people as well, I believe. Mello was on his way home. I think it was his last night there. I believe it was right after the court case, I believe.
So are these people useful idiots or are they employees of the company? That's the question.
So if Mello had an NDA, or you tell me, I don't know anything. Like, would he have gotten paid? Was the NDA because he was in court and for him not to say anything? But clearly, see Elliot saying that he's got a bunch of documents that Mello was showing him. It's like that's pretty suspicious.
Well, there's lots of things that go with an like I've been to scientific labs, and when you enter a scientific lab, you sign a non-disclosure agreement. Even though those people aren't going to pay me anything, they're taking me on a tour to show me if they're making something or whatever the deal is, and they're trying to either sell me something or buy something from me. But they're like, hey, anything you see here, you can't say anything about it. Right, so you can sign an NDA and not be an employee, or hey, I'm your new garbage man, or I'm your new file clerk, or whatever it is, or I'm somebody else, and then you're now an employee of the company, and then you sign an NDA saying, hey, even though you're just a menial person, or you're just doing this little job that doesn't have anything to do with the stuff that's important, if you hear or see anything that's important, you can't go out and share that stuff.
Even more,
there's multiple NDAs.
Mark, even more, he said this shit to me like
Who's
straight.
he? Who's he?
Melo said
Melo
this
said,
shit to
okay.
me straight. You know what? Ted told me that when they win the case, they going to run the price of the share by 2024 to $69 a share. He told me like that straight. That there are people behind that they're going to run the share and to $69 a share. He told me like that straight. Melo.
Well,
The
I
Ted
can tell you
talked to
that
him.
that did not happen.
Okay, bueno,
So they lied.
Melo, yes, for sure, because they wanted us to continue buying shit. And then they lose the shit.
But hold on, was when they shared that information, so Ted told Melo,
yes,
after they won the case, they were going to run the share price to $69
by
a share.
2024, the company will cost $69 a share.
Okay, so did he say that so that Melo would then go share that with the community?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean these are all important questions.
Yes, for sure. Why do you say that if it's not for us to continue buying because everybody thinks that the company was on the price? Because the valuation was 5 billion or 7 billion, whatever they wanted to say. He even said to me straight.
Elliot, hold on. But how could Ted run the price to $69 a share?
Well, his friend can run the price at the $69 a share. The same that he did to $12 a share. Or you don't remember?
I feel like
no, I was there. I know.
Here.
Okay. That's why he said to me with this word. And I swear for God, he said with that word, hey, when we win the court, we're going to start working and we're going to put at this company that they're going to cost by 2024 $69 a share. And that's when I put,
yet, so you never know.
Yes, and that's why when I put more money and I close all my position too about the how do you say, I close my position, they're having another stock and I put all my money inside to BBIG because I say, okay, by this time, okay, I will sit and I will gain this company first is versus TikTok. Second, they have big potential because TikTok was getting banned everywhere. And I say, okay, I think so we're going to get there because it's easy. When all the stuff is coming on with TikTok, I analyze and I say, yeah, that can be possible. We was at that time like $2 a share, something like that. I say, okay, maybe. And I put all the money. And that's when we get all screwed. Because they was inflating all the stuff. And Melo talked to me. And we can go to court and I can say in his face, what do you say to me? He will repeat. Maybe he will not say because he will be a liar. But he say like that straight to me in my face. They told me that this company, they're going to run, the share will cost $69 a share.
I don't know. It's not 2024 yet. Maybe there's still plans in the works. Maybe Ted plans on getting out of jail and starting the scam up again.
Okay, but why are we talking about $69 a share when we're talking about there's actually really good DD, especially in the nest, where it's the tweet that says, "No worry, friend, everything is good, brother. I flew out to Vegas just to meet Lauren in person, so I know he's a good guy."
Yeah, where was that at?
It's on April 10th, 2023. So that would have been this year.
Everything is good, brother. I flew out to Vegas just to meet Lauren in person, so I know he's a good guy. But like I could, so if you and I, Captain, are running some kind of scam, I could say that I flew out if I have certain followers or you have certain followers. I could say, oh, I flew out to Captain just to see if he's a good guy. You know, it's all very shady. It is, and the ultimate thing, like Rick said, like Rick has said many times, is the truth will come out. And sunlight is the best antiseptic. But they released so much information in the wrong way that just makes my conviction even more that Shad and Muntz and the Basile group and all the people that are donating are doing the right thing. Because there's no possible way that those boards of directors and the CEO, ex-CEOs and so forth are going to be the captain of the ship and go down with it. And like Rick said, there's puppets and then there's puppeteers. I don't remember who said. I thought it was Rick. And I think that like they're the puppets, and the puppets were working other puppets lower than them. But there are a couple puppeteers. I think the people that are in charge, and those are the people that are probably most worried right now if this goes to court with the Basile group. And I think everyone should be prepared that this may take a while, and we'll have to continue to do this stuff and continue to fundraise. But this is not a simple pump and dump scam that the SEC is going to handle with a fine and stuff like this. Is something else.
Well, and respectfully though, because I do think that there is a feeling out there though that this we've waited a long time as well. So I mean, I want the strongest case possible, so I'm not like worried.
No,
about
absolutely.
waiting. Like I want that strongest case, but I also let's
Want
get
your
the
money.
show on the road. Like,
Yep.
and,
No, I agree.
you
I
know,
agree.
and maybe some of that will be, you know, because we haven't hit our goal yet. You know, and I think this weekend is going to go a long way towards hitting that goal.
Honestly, if I was a lawyer and this was my business, I would probably look at the GoFundMe not so much as a way of being paid for the hours, but as a sentiment of the people who are involved. Right. So the Basile Group is not going to do this lawsuit for $135,000, and I'm not saying they're not banking on that. They're banking on they're getting this information, and we're like paying up front for the information and the report being filed, and then they will sue and they will win shareholders X amount of dollars or lose shareholders X amount of dollars, whatever the case is. But they'll get fees also, right? So they're not just going to, in a case like this, they're not just going to sue for shareholder value. They're going to sue for shareholder value and fees. So it's a likely possibility that everyone who's in the GoFundMe will have their money returned. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, or it is, but if the bad actors have to pay for lawyer fees, then the GoFundMe gets returned to the people who donated. That's where the money's at. The money's not from us. We're just fronting the commitment.
No, exactly. It's insurance,
Yeah.
right? It's insurance that we've
Yeah.
built a strong enough case to a certain degree.
Yeah, and if the
I
whole
agree
thing
with that
shits the
feeling.
bed and it turns out that Ellier's behind it all or I'm behind it all or whatever, then they're like, what are you talking about? You know, then everyone loses and they keep the GoFundMe money. Right. But that's not the case here. The case is that there's a bigger fish. Right. Sometimes you go fishing and you catch some minnows and some crappie or whatever, and you cut them up and you throw that out to catch the bigger fish. Right. And that's what we're doing right now, I think, which is absolutely a great idea. Because Lisa King is not going to. I think it was like, I don't know, a year ago. Junior came out. You know, Junior.
Look how quickly you made Months leave the call. That's so mean. I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry, Months, if I made you upset. Sometimes it's just me, I guess.
No, Months can't say anything because he actually knows way more than I do.
Yeah, no, and I'm like with Mr.Ric. Don't tell me nothing. I'll send you my money every week. I'll send you some donations and stuff like that, but don't tell me shit. I don't want to know. When I have some kind of legal trouble or some kind of legal proceedings, I tell the lawyers that all the time. Don't tell me nothing, because if I see that dude in the Target parking lot, I'm going to run my mouth and there's going to be an altercation. So don't tell me anything. I'll show up the day I'm supposed to show up if I have to show up, and that's it. And I'll face the consequences if that's the case. But no, it's probably best that way. Probably best. I'm with Mr.Ric. Don't tell me nothing other than, here's your check mark. Have a good day.
100%. It's easier that way because then I
Yep.
can go about
Fuck you,
being my
pay me.
idiot
Right.
self. Yeah, I can go about being my idiot self, tinfoil everything, assumptions this, assumptions that, while adequately putting out the truth in the meanwhile. You know what I mean? So I like my position. And I spoke to Shad about it, and I like it because then I can stop fucking working in the background to expose or figure out, at least bring it to the forefront, right? Because I can question anybody or have some assumption or whatever. And I think that, like, whatever we've talked about tonight is stuff that should have been talked about and questioned with certain people, and I'm glad that it was aired out.
Yeah, and this
And of
this
course,
lawyer
nobody
can go
has
to court and
information,
say,
right?
yeah, this lawyer can go to court and say, look at this Mr.Ric guy right there, and then the lawyers can say, we don't fucking know that dude. He didn't hire us. This is America. That dude can say whatever he wants on fucking Twitter. It is what it is. He can go on
Free speech.
Facebook and say, you guys suck. It is what it is. We don't know that dude. You know, he's not a client of ours. We don't have control over that dude. So I mean, that's the beauty of being a participant in a court case and not uh, an active participant. Like, so you can be like a quiet participant, or I don't. What is the best way to describe it? I
I'm
can't
neutral.
describe it. Yeah.
I'm neutral. I'm impartial. Like I told Shad, because I want to remain that way, so that this way I can still do, so I can still do what I'm doing, not affect me, and I'm still able to be on social media and show a strong presence with exposing maybe a side that's going to involve litigation. I'm not part of it, so I can host these space calls. I can tinfoil anything I want. I can bring up anything I want. I can talk about anything I want. So I like my role. I just call it neutral, impartial. I'm on BBIG family team, and that's it. So I like what I'm doing, and you guys are going to hear more of it as we move forward with some of the things. I've been here a very long time, and if anybody can question shit, it's us. And what we talked about tonight are things that probably should have been talked about 6 months ago. But nobody brought it up because I didn't think it was irrelevant. But thank you, Magicite, because with Magicite's rant, it kind of like walked us into all these other nefarious actors if we actually think about it. So he kind of
I
brought
hope
some
Inco's not
clarity,
paying him still, because they're gonna be mad on Monday.
right? Yeah.
Lol.
No, yeah, that was was that like kicking the beat of the hornet's nest. I don't know what I'm very confused with this JL and Brass and Magicite. Um, like sometimes craziness that comes out of the tweets. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Right. So some old lady who was the judge retired. Okay, I get it. Maybe you didn't like her. Maybe you did like her. Maybe she's in on the deal. Maybe she isn't. She's retiring. It doesn't matter. The case is going to go to somebody else. A Coombs case is going to go to somebody else. It's likely that if there's an actual RICO case in federal court, that Judge Alpha isn't going to hear that. That doesn't go to business court. That goes to federal court. That's like a whole different realm of the judicial system. And as much as I either liked or didn't like Judge Alf, she probably helped us in a way by continuing to do like not dismissals of the petition, but like a continuation and to continue to go and go. I mean, it was very I'm not her biggest fan, but I don't hate her. And I wish her the best of luck. And every old person deserves to retire, man. They shouldn't be working for the rest of their lives anyway. And we may be better off. But she's going to feed the information that she knows about the cases to whoever takes over, I believe. Like, they're just not going to stop short and start everything fresh on all these let's just, for lack of a better word, continuances of all this stuff. She's going to have notes. She's going to have briefs that she passes down to the next judge. That dude's going to have to read them all, and he's going to say, what's going on here? And maybe we get someone who's a little more proactive, and maybe the judge who gets it owns freaking AMC stock and he's an ape. Who knows? But that's a different court anyway. A federal court, this would be a different court case, and they should judge it strictly on the facts. And I would think that a federal court judge has probably heard a bunch of these if he's in federal business courts, and he's probably had enough of hearing this bullshit and saying, hey, look, you guys got to start doing things on the up and up. You just can't steal people's money. And if he doesn't, then he's as crooked as a question mark. But it's up to the SEAL group to prove that they've committed a crime. And I'm confident that the Basile group can do that. And that's why I donate.
I'm confident that we're going to win the case and our money going back. I'm confident on that, because we have been fighting hard, and we are a good citizens who really pay our taxes, who do everything right. I don't think so. We need to get a steal from people like all these people that have been doing this for so many years. I believe God's going to have the last word, and He will bring justice to this case. That's all what I can say, because we've been playing from everywhere, from every side. And I'm sorry to say, but I get played too, and everybody get played. It's so sad. It's so bad. But we see what God going to bring. He have the last answer to everything. We see. I just wanted to say that.
I just want to say, I'm glad that, listen, everything happens for a reason. Clearly, this call took place for a reason. The people that were here as speakers were there for a reason. What we were talking about was for a reason. So don't worry about it. I look at it the same way. Like, I think everybody got played. And when you think about it and you put everybody together in the same circle and you start talking about what transpired, you can quickly see what the heck's happened and who was a part of it and who wasn't, who's here, who's not. But I'm gonna drop off the call because it's late. I got to be up early. But I look forward to Saturday, to the long call, and talking to you guys. But I feel like in the last 2 days we've had some pretty good extensive space calls that have gone into the wee hours of the morning. So it's like leading into that 24-hour. And the more we discuss, it should feel that fire. Because like if Mello and all these other guys have walked away thinking that they got away with something, that's fuel for us to use. Mark's right. Like we definitely got to build up the war chest, and it's much needed. We're close. We're so close to discovery, and once we make it there, that's where we're going to finally get all the information, and who was a participant and who wasn't. And that's where that's our goal, right? Is to get our money, but we also want that information. We've been waiting a long time to see what's written over there and what's not written and who's participated. So we'll continue that chat on Saturday, and hope to see everybody there. And thanks for listening to me. Hopefully we cleared the air, and hopefully the community understands that, because of certain people, you guys know, you heard Chad talk, they kind of like have kept me to the sidelines of Shad and Chris, even though I'm always BBIG, always. But I can tell after talking to Shad what's transpired and with who and why they were doing it to keep us away. But that's behind us, like me and Shad said. We're together, and I want to show the community my strength behind it. And this is why, there's going to be people who are like, oh, does Mr.Ric donate? Or does Mr.Ric own shares? Yes, I've donated anonymously. Yes, I still hold all my shares. I am not involved in the court case. I've said it since the first day, man. It's been, I don't know, 8-9 months. I've stayed in my position. And now I'm glad I took this position that I did, because it allows me the free range of what I am doing. And Shad literally told me he would have made me part of the board when he was nominated, all that. These guys kept that from me. I never knew any of what Shad was trying to involve me in. I thought Shad was trying to keep me in the dark. Now coming to find out, he was trying to, he wanted me to be up there in the front. So this is what I can do, man. We're gonna bring back like some passion into the stock and put some eyes again on it. And I feel like after tonight we discussed some pretty important facts and called some things out that maybe a lot of people in the community didn't know. And yeah. But thank you, Cap, for hosting
Well, and Rick, right before you go, I just wanted to know, what's the over/under on Mello reaching out to you tomorrow?
If anybody reaches out, I will literally tweet about it. I will be angry. Actually, I just thought about
Get
that.
the
You know who?
information
You know
first,
who?
though, Rick. Get the info first.
All right. Here's the thing. Who do you think, out of all the people that I mentioned tonight, are gonna text me first? I'll tell you who I think, and let's see if it surprises you. Because it's happened before, when I let my mouth fly. You guys take a guess. Who do you think would be the one to call me tomorrow? Or at least
Ross Miller. Ross Miller.
Ross Miller. Ross Miller.
I know, because he's scared, because he knows he did something wrong.
He's talked to him once.
Yes, but he will do it. You know why?
Yeah, I know,
Because
he gave me the clue.
Yeah. I have this feeling after some of the things I've said that he seems like someone who, when his name is mentioned, so I'll see whoever
he has to
texts me
fight
tomorrow.
back.
Yeah, something like that. So, or Vince, the last time, like maybe about 3 weeks ago, actually, Vince texted me and I never texted him back. He was just like, "Hey, pal, how's life? What have you been up to?" But I never texted him back. But it was interesting. It was after a space call that I was mentioning his name. So, and I just didn't give anything back to him. So
that dude's a broken man. I could hear in his
they're
voice.
listening. That's how I know they're listening. And this call's recorded. They're gonna go back and listen to it, and we'll see who contacts who.
That dude's a broken man. I could hear it in his voice when he was talking.
Hearing Elliot speak, I feel confident. If Ben was on this call, then it would strengthen me 3 times. I said what I said earlier, and Mello had contact with these particular people in the community, and I second everything that Elliot said. I might not have the same documentation that Mello was given Elliot or Ben, but I know that Mello had, certain key things or knew certain things about the company just by the way he was like portraying himself, on Twitter and that Reddit post, how he felt so strong about pushing out that date. So, I agree with Elliot. Like, there's some people in the community that possibly like swayed us in a different direction, made us think certain things, and they weren't true. I believe in Shad. I believe in what Shad's here to do. And I believe that Shad has the best intentions in mind for everyone. And not every one of us could have done what Shad did to create the litigation. It's stressful at the end of the day. The kid's got to worry about all this bullshit. You got to worry about all these people attacking him daily while he's trying to do something good for other people. So I stand by him, and I hope that we have success. And even if we don't reach 100K, 50K, I don't care. I just want it to be like, even this call is productive. People would have donated during this call. I don't know if people did donate during this call, but I think people would donate regardless, any call we have. But hopefully we can raise some awareness and raise some money on Saturday. So I look forward to seeing everybody there and listening to everybody, because I plan on staying quiet, saving my energy, because that's a long call for 24 hours. So I'd rather let everybody else talk in the community.
I donated twice because I want all this information to keep rolling in, but it's got to be legit. It's got to be legit.
100%.
You come on with some good information on the call on Saturday. That's legit, and it checks out, I'll preemptively donate. But if it's bullshit, you better send that money back to me. If you
I
come
like
up with
that.
some bullshit and think you're gonna get your $10, or I'm gonna get my $10 back, I'll tell you what, that's the last thing you want to do. You come on the call on Saturday with some good information, and I'll start kicking in $10 for good information, $20 if it's pertinent, $30 if it's awesome. We get 10 or 12 people, 15 people, 20 people doing that stuff, and they have 3 or 4 pieces. I'll tell you what, shit starts adding up. I think there's a couple other people that are like me. I want every single bit of information we can get. Every single bit. And then I want those guys to take it to court and get us done right in court. Because ultimately, you're not going to get the money from Ted Farnsworth. The money is going to come from the people who, the puppeteers, the major puppeteers. And that's when the potential for compensation gets better.
Spitting fire.
Yes. And if you think I'm lying, try me. Come up with some good information. That's what I have to say about that. I'm gung-ho for this on Saturday. I got to do some lawn work, but I'll be listening. Otherwise, my wife will be mad I don't get these leaves cleaned up. But I'll still be listening. Chime in every once in a while. It's going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to it, Mr.Ric. Yep.
Isn't it snowing already?
Not where I live. No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
That
I hate the cold.
info definitely, that's donation money, right? The info that
Yep.
comes in. I like
Yep.
that. I like that. The nicer the due diligence, the bigger the donation. I like that. And information is definitely pertinent. So.
Yep. And if you have documents, send them documents. That documents might get us a $40 donation. I mean,
I'd love to
I'm
create.
not ridiculously rich, but I mean, I want us to all get our money back.
I'd love to make the biggest comment section that I've seen. I've had some pretty big calls where the comments were like, into the thousands. I'd love to see that full of just due diligence in the comment section, so that people that are going to be on the call, I don't give a shit if you're posting Gemini evaluations, a video of Ted saying I would love to see 3 years worth of due diligence posted, so that when somebody goes through our comment section, that they automatically will start seeing things about the company and things we've gone through, and then also kick the call so the call doesn't stop. That's one of the things that me and Cap were talking about, was just keeping the call relevant, keeping it on topic, and gearing it towards exactly what you were talking about, awareness and bringing due diligence back to the community, so that the community understands how close we are, and don't let them forget about what the fight's about, and how far we've come, and the more information that we have, the better it's going to be for us. So only the community can equip us
No,
with
yeah,
with what I
post
believe
that
is
comment
left.
that someone had with Eric Noble or whatever like that no one's seen before. That's not in the that's not out there in the ether. Post that comment that you had with Eric Noble, and then we can use that and send it to Shad along with some money. I think that is a fair deal. If it's bullshit, though, we're gonna call you out on the bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for. I think it's a good opportunity for anybody to drop anything, whether they use their burner accounts or anything. If they want to do that anonymously, post a due diligence, they have anonymously in the comment section, and let everybody else go through it. So, but I think it'll be a good time. I think we'll raise some money, and we're gonna raise some awareness, which is the biggest thing. Yeah, but I definitely got to drop down. Thank you for being so cordial, Cap and Mark, and thank you, Press, and everybody, and Elia. It's this was like one of the best calls that I've been on in a while, bro. Honestly, to connect with you and connect with everybody, and then to share things that each one of us have and been holding on to. So this was a great call. This is like what I want for Saturday, but not give these people more attention, or maybe give them more, like what Shad was saying, more of our due diligence than what needs to be put out there. So if we have the ammunition too, some of it's good to keep off the record, and give it to the legal team, so this way we can use it. Not that things aren't public, because if people are showing things, then it's either public or not public. So
Well, maybe we have someone filter the information. Right.
yeah, because at this point, if somebody's posting something confidential, I think a lot of us are going to raise suspicion as to how they got it. But I think unless the only thing that we don't have, right, is like you said, which is emails and text messages between board members and people in Vinco's management with shareholders.
Yeah, maybe we don't put that in the nest. Maybe you shoot that to the whoever's hosting or co-hosting, and then that person can decide whether that's something that is new and that needs to go to Shad, or that's something that we know and we'll put it in the nest anyway, or put it in the comments anyway.
Yeah.
We can work on that before Saturday. But that doesn't mean that the donation isn't going to go through. Yep, just because it's posted or not posted. Maybe it's possible that one of these 3 or 5 or 7,000 people that have donated to the GoFundMe actually has, for lack of a better word, the smoking gun, or the key to the smoking gun. It's possible. That's
Tune in.
Yep.
I have a snippet right on Saturday, that I'll be speaking about, which entails. I'll give you a little bit of a hint. It's going to entail Israel banks. It's the only hint I can give, is that I'm going to talk about, for a little segment, about Israel banks and what I've learned, and what I've learned in at least the last 9 months, about it, and I've had help from BBIG shareholders that are located in Israel to gather some of the information that I've learned along the last 9 months or so about particular banks in Israel. But I think it pertains to us, because some of the lenders within our company that I've tracked back. So I'm going to talk about it. So I like that. I like that you're talking about, like, the due diligence for money, because I plan on bringing some things to the table that are tinfoil, but they raise suspicions and awareness. When you publicly track some of the things that have happened, they track back down to this one particular bank in Israel. So I'll be talking about it. I've talked about it a few months ago, when it was new and when I was working with these shareholders in Israel to find out about this bank. So I've learned a lot more, and I'd like to share on Saturday some of that due diligence, things like that. Because when you said smoking gun to me, I've always said, if you follow the money, you'll follow where the bad actors are. And I kind of took that approach a long time ago, and one section of it brought me to this particular bank. So I think, like, our company is part of this, like, larger scale overseas, quote unquote, I'm just saying, tinfoil money laundering operation, possibly. So I think it's going to be great due diligence. People are going to learn a lot, I think, about it, on how some U.S. companies are using and utilizing some of these banks in these other countries that have little lower standards as to how the money comes in and goes out. They basically turn their cheek, and this particular bank has a lot of violations and been fined, and I believe it to be an important part of due diligence for Vinco Ventures, because I'm speculating that our money has filtered through here. But I think it's something that makes for great dialect back and forth, and maybe others can add to it. But that's just my little snippet of what I'm going to add to it that day.
There are a few banks that are financially friendly, or money friendly, they call them, and they don't care where the money came from, So, and they don't report it. If you're a U.S. citizen and you have a U.S. passport, they will make you another passport, and maybe your name's on it, maybe someone else's name on it, and they will deposit the money in that person's name.
Let me say this part, Mark. I saw
go ahead.
a documentary about Tel Aviv is #1 city cleaning money through hedge funds. Because what? All the hedge funds, almost all of them, they are ruled by Jews, and they have a dual citizenship. Almost all the people who work for that. And what they do is they take the money, they get there, and if something happened to them, Israel will not have deportation. They can stay there and they can keep the money and nothing will happen. That's why they put all the money in Tel Aviv. And I saw a big documentary about that the guy was infiltrated, and even the guy was talking, the guy who do this. And he said, we do that because it's about money. It's easy money. We can make any transaction like from 20 to $30 million. I live like a king here, but over here, nobody can touch me. And the guy asking them if the government know about that. He say, yes, the government, he know about that. He's part of that, because that's how Israel and all of them get financial from our money to over there, to Tel Aviv, to Israel.
This goes back to my original principle, where no one cares about Democrat and Republican and Christian and Jew and Muslim at the bank. No one cares about that shit.
Us, and that's
If
why
if I am a Saudi Arab, right, whatever, who's a Muslim that's going to marry a Christian girl from freaking Canada, and I go to Israel and I put $35 million in the bank, they don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. All they care about is the $35 million. And the same thing goes if all that scenario is the same and I go to New York. They don't care about any of it. The bottom line is the $35 million. Right. So, but Israel is financially friendly. And it's known for being financially friendly. This isn't front page news. There are other countries where you can do it, Panama, things like that. Don't ask me why I know that stuff, but I'm just saying it is what it is.
Panama will straight jack your money, though.
Well, it depends. It depends.
Look what happened to Georgie. That's all I'm saying.
It depends. You can't do them wrong. Just like if you think if you do Israel wrong, they're going to give your money back. No, they're going to send you back to the United States where you get arrested. No, but either way, I make jokes about it, but it's not a funny situation. It shouldn't be happening. And like Mr.Ric said, it all goes back to follow the money. Well, ultimately, the government is going to follow the money too if it's substantial enough. And we're talking about $1 billion here. The government's cut of that is about minimum 330 million. They probably want their cut. And that is where the issue for the bad actors becomes a major issue, is when the IRS didn't get their cut. I'm convinced of that still. I was convinced of that 6 months ago, 8 months ago, when people brought it up before, and I said, Israel's financially friendly. It is what it is. Panama's financially friendly. Argentina used to be, but they're not going to be now. But, yep. But don't take financial advice from some people on Twitter. Listen to what they have to say. Process it. That's why, like earlier, I was trying to have you calm down before, because I was trying to process what you were saying. Did he drop down?
I think he did. Yeah, I mean, and
I was trying to process what he said, that Ross Miller gave NASDAQ company documents to Mello, and Mello was showing him these private documents, this insider documents, on his telephone to Ellier. Is that what he said?
think so.
Because that is freaking crazy.
I mean, it's an interesting character. Oh, here he comes.
Yeah, Elliot, I didn't want you to think that I was not believing your story earlier. What I was trying to do was process
Yes, Matt, it
what
was
you
like
had
that.
just said.
It's real true. He showed
No,
me
I believe you. I believe you because
even
there's
the
nothing about this story that I can't believe.
I can invade any story that the way they use it. That's why the CEO of Honey Bubble was really mad to Ted on all them because they use it stuff to overprice a riser. And one of the business was the agreement was that they need to pay Ken Bond need to pay to the Honey Bubble brother some percentage. I think so, like $1 million or something like that for the deal. That's why the guy was suing because Ken Bond then later don't give you anything. He showed me all the documents, and I can't believe that's why I stopped believing in Ross Miller and all them because they are all part of the same stuff.
So did that clear it up?
Do you understand me?
Yeah, did that clear that up for him, you Mark?
It's really sad. And I sent a lot of text messages to Mr.Ric to talk to him to say, hey, you are getting manipulated because I know that was going on. And other time something come, Ross Miller text to him. Because of what? Because they are good people? No, they are not good people. He can help us win the court case because this guy never paid. Why he not go all the way to discovery?
I don't have anything against Ross Miller, man. I think the whole Mello connection is a little strange.
I think they're all freaking guilty no matter what until they prove their innocence at this point. But Elliot, the thing that I'm talking about is Mr.Ric is not the judge in the case. Mr.Ric does not have any kind of superpower to present some kind of super evidence to any kind of judge or anything like that. So you told Mr.Ric, that's great. Mr.Ric said, all right, I'm being manipulated. But when you have these people that you think that are your friends, it's hard to think that 3 or 4 people that are your friends have been manipulating you for the last 2 or 3 years.
Mark,
That's
I
not
feel
that's not an easy situation to understand.
Mark, that was the
Well,
same
I
that
mean,
happened to
Mark,
me with Firma. Firma used you remember when he came out and he started talking to me and he used all my history about Cubans, about fight versus the communists and all that. And he used all the party sentimental and all that shit. He used me too. What do you think? And then later I wake up when one day I sent a text message when he was fighting versus Ted and all that. Yeah, he said everybody remember when he said fuck Ted. Did he write that Twitter? Everybody remember that, no? I call him
Yeah,
now and
yeah,
say,
no, I
why
remember.
you not come now? Why you not buy shares and come with us and fight versus Ted and all this motherfucker shit? You know why he never did? Because he was part of the game.
You should text him. Do you have his number?
I don't have his number. I texted by
Oh.
Twitter. I sent a text message by
You
Twitter. I
should send
say,
a Twitter to him and say, "Hey, this is Elliot from BBIG. I'd like to speak to you," and see if he responds.
no,
He
I
just
already
started.
did.
No,
I did like 6, 7 times, and he never respond
yeah, that's
because
crazy, isn't it?
he know he's guilty, and he say, I don't think so. You are the kind of man that you spoke about yourself. You are a piece of shit too.
You
Because
said
I'm
that, or he
sorry.
said that about you?
No, I said that about him
Yeah.
because he's a piece of shit. Because
if you see how people is getting robbed, if I see a girl in the street getting robbed and I don't do anything, even if fight dude, and I don't get killed for that, I'm a piece of shit.
Yep.
You understand? Because it's morality. He was seeing that in front of his face and he never did anything. And he was then later he wanted to be part of the board and all that, and he fly to see Ted, and Ted say, fuck you, screw you. Why? Because you say fuck Ted? At that time is when he need to come to us and say if he really wanted to be part of, and he wanted to come and say, fuck that, they are all piece of shit, they are doing this to all the access, and said to say, no, I'm going to put it where my mouse, my money, I'm going to put it where my mouth say. You understand? And he pretend that he buy some shares. That's bullshit. That was all planned too. I believe that he talked to Ted and he say, hey, now you need to go up there and say that you're going to buy some shares to try to buy more time to us to dilute this shit.
I think Eric Finman is a kid and he was easily manipulated.
He was manipulated for all of them, but he gets paid too.
Hold on. Just because you're smart doesn't make you mature. Right. So Eric Finman may be a very smart person. He may not. I don't know. I never met him. I didn't talk to him. But he may be smart. But he was probably very easily manipulated. Everyone knows as you get older in life, you can spot a scam. As you get older in life, you're like, no, dude, I'm
over of this shit.
I'm not going to fall for that, you know?
I know. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. But the problem is the kid, he wanted to be part of that, and so badly that I promise you, he was getting fucked up because they promised him so much shit, and at the end, nothing get delivery. You understand?
Don't get me wrong, Elliot. I'm indifferent about Eric Finman. I think that he was a useful idiot, just like anybody else.
Yes, I know they are not. Even Ted was a user too. It's bigger than
absolutely.
Ted.
Absolutely.
It's bigger than Vincent Buddha. It's bigger than Jason Matt. It's bigger than John Paul, who owned Lomotif. It's bigger than all that.
Yeah,
It's
I think
fans.
Ross Miller was
Ross Miller is one of the biggest
pawn for them.
Yes,
I think he was a useful pawn to them.
Ross Miller was the guy who said, you know what, we can pass this vote. Something we need to do.
I think Ross Miller was in over his head. Is what I think. You know, like you could be smart let's say that dude's a lawyer. He can be a smart lawyer, right? And he might know the business law and stuff like this. But when he goes over to let's be like if you're a card player and you're the best card player in your town, right? And then you don't just go to Las Vegas.
Yeah, Matt, but you know what? I'm not give you the reason to.
Let me
explain this part because it's another DD.
Elliot, we're here for conversation, which means both parties get to say their piece.
It's another DD, Matt, that you don't know, that Melo told me.
Elliot.
Okay, go ahead, Elliot.
For a conversation, man.
Melo talked to me straight like that. God, you are muting me.
Elliot, go ahead and finish the DD. Go ahead.
The DD. That's why I said to you that he not get played. Why? Because Hutchinson Bay, Melo talked to me. The Hutchinson Bay called Ross Miller with these numbers like that. They don't worry. Pass the common shares that they're going to put $120 million on the company.
Okay.
Like that. That's why I don't believe anymore in motherfucking Ross Miller.
Hold on, Elliot. This is what I'm saying. Ross Miller may have been in over his head. So let's just say Ross Miller comes into this company, and let's just assume, while I assume everybody's guilty in this scenario, let's assume that Ross Miller is completely innocent of any of this stuff. He comes into this company on the up and up, and he says, "Hey, man, you guys are freaking broke, and you spent $1 billion, and you don't have any money, right? Well, who did we get money from before?" right? So they call Hudson Bay, or Hudson Bay calls them and says, hey, look, pass the preferred shares, give us the preferred shares, or whatever the case may be, and we'll give you $120 million to keep this thing up and running. So if you're a new CEO of a company that is on its deathbed,
Yes, but it's
with,
coming
hold on,
the
no,
second part.
let me finish, with crazy shareholders like us who are already down 90%, do you take the bad money and try to save the company, right? Or do you say, no, we don't want your dirty money, and we'll just try to milk it out and see if we don't go bankrupt? That's why I was saying, like, what I believe happened with Ross Miller is, I believe Ross Miller is probably a smart guy. He's not a rocket scientist. He's not a financial expert. He's not a securities exchange lawyer. He's not a securities lawyer. He's just like a business lawyer, right? We can agree on that.
I agree, but the
Okay,
second
hold on.
part,
We agree on that. So he now is CEO of a company that is not doing very well, right?
I agree with that.
What does he do?
It's easy, Matt. You have all the money that we lended to Sash and to everyone. Why you not ask for all that money and said to do illegal? Because he know the share was illegal.
Okay,
Because
well, hold on.
they
Let's just say this. Hold on, Elliot. Let's say he's the CEO of the company and he calls Zash and he says, Zash, I need our $57 million back. And Zash says, fuck you, we don't have it. Sue us. All right, so the $57 million is gone temporarily. We still have to pay all these workers, right? Oh, well, who else owes us money? They go to these people. Okay, these people owe us $3 million. These people owe us $1 million. And they all say, fuck you, we're not paying you the money. We don't have it. Or I wish I could pay you, but I don't have it.
Mark, that's
hold
why.
on, no, listen to the story. And I'm not saying that Ross Miller, but we have to play all these scenarios out in many different ways. We can't just assume that it's all nefarious. They can't all be bad people.
Let me explain this part, Matt.
That's statistically improbable.
Let me explain this part.
Okay, go ahead.
If you get to that point and you need to do something illegal to pass that share, you know will do it. Because you know, as a lawyer, as a Secretary of State that you was, as a Ross Miller, son of the governor of Vegas for so long, that's illegal. You can break the law trying to get some money, because it's like me. Okay, I need money because I'm getting broke. I'm going to break the bank because I can be going homeless. One action don't justify the other action. I'm sorry.
Elliot,
Let me explain this part. Let me explain this part. If
right.
what I believe that he was supposed to do is coming back to the judge and say, you know what? This guy, they are stealing the money from the board of director. They are not independent board of director, and he can come back because he was appointed by the judge, and he no did nothing of that. What he did what he was supposed to do: sign the shares, and that's it. That's your job. For 3 months, you're going to get paid.
This is the point that I was making before you interrupted me. Okay, so if you're you're the best poker player in your town, right? And you think you're awesome at poker, right? And then you don't just go to Las Vegas, which is on the up and up, supposed to be. You go to the Las Vegas Big Gamers lowdown game, and you think you're going to beat those dudes at poker. Well, those dudes at poker, right? They know that you're the new guy, right? So what they do is they're like, well, none of us are going to lose any money today. We're just going to take Ellier's fucking money. And that's what they did, in my opinion. That's what they did to Ross Miller. They put that dude in charge. He wasn't knowledgeable in what was going on. He tried to hire some knowledgeable people who there's too much going on. And those other people had other jobs. That was the hamstring of the whole deal. Those people have other jobs. This isn't their only job. So Ross Miller's in here. He's the CEO. He has a securities exchange lawyer on staff. They say, hey, we're going to issue these preferred shares. We don't have any money. We already went to Zash. They said no. We already went to Magnify You. They said no. We went to all these other people. They said no. We went to this person. They gave us $500,000 or whatever the case may be, right? Our only option right now at this point is to do the preferred shares. So he says, I don't know. I'm not really keen on all that. What are these common shares, A shares, B preferred shares, C preferred shares, voting rights? And they bombard somebody who's naive of the situation when it comes to running a NASDAQ shared holder business.
No, let me
Hold on,
explain
no,
this.
you didn't let me finish. He says, well, I don't know about this stuff. I'll go ask the securities lawyer that we have on staff. He takes all this information to the securities lawyer who is already in on the deal because she's already been paid or he's already been paid $250,000 for the year. She looks over the paperwork. She takes the paperwork from another deal that she did that's just as fucking shady. She writes Vinco Ventures on it, doesn't even adjust all the numbers and stuff like that or all the stipulations of it, gives it back to him, and he signs it. She says, yeah, that's completely legitimate. It's okay. We'll get $120 million. We'll have to pay these people out in shares after we get a reverse split, and then we'll get more shares after the shareholders vote. It's going to be cool. Or not even that case. We'll just do preferred shares, and we don't even need the shareholder vote for that. We'll just issue them. We'll take them out of the common shares. And he's like, can you do that? And she's like, yeah, you can do that. No big deal. We already voted 1 million of them or whatever the case may be. Right?
It's 5
Can I
million.
explain this part? No, was
Go,
like
go
that.
ahead.
You
Go
know
ahead.
why?
Explain it.
Let me
if I may,
explain. Let me explain, Mark. No, was like that because
All right, Elier. We're gonna give Akum a chance
he
to
no wanted to
explain.
sign and to cheat.
Elier. We're gonna let Akum weigh in, and then you can go. Okay. Akum, you're good to go, man.
Okay, Capitan, are you done?
thanks,
Can I
Capitan.
say? Can I say this part? The problem, Matt, with that
Elier,
is that.
let Akum talk.
Okay, I'm
come
going to
back
let
in.
Akun talk.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I want to clear out a misconception here. The the document that was sent to the Nevada Secretary of State, it was not signed by Ross Miller. It was signed by Roderick Vanderbilt. That's the first thing. What Ross Miller signed is 8K. As a CEO, he have to sign an 8K. When Roderick Vanderbilt were the CEO, the interim CEO, he was signing the 8K. So saying that Ross Miller signed the amendment of certificate of incorporation is incorrect. What he signed is the 8K. So people need to make the difference between the amendment of the certificate of incorporation and the 8K. It's not the same.
Hold on, Akum. So what you're saying is Roderick Vanderbilt signed the approval of the preferred shares.
Yes. The not
And
the
then hold on.
approval.
And then Ross Miller just signed the NASDAQ announcement that said the preferred shares had been approved.
No. What they did is Roderick Vanderbilt and the board of director. We don't know who voted what, but what they say is that 2/3 of the board of director approve the amendment of the certificate of incorporation, which if I need to translate that is to say, okay, our our certificate of incorporation says we have X kind of share, common share, we amending it to add preferred share. So the board of director approved that, supposedly 2/3, and the document was signed by Roderick Vanderbilt, who is the chairman of the board of director, and that was sent by the lawyer, Mrs. Stein, to the Nevada Secretary of State. Rod Miller, what he signed, as you said, is the document, it's the NASDAQ announcement, the 8K. That's the only thing he signed. So go ahead, Mark.
No, and this goes back to my initial assumption of Ross Miller was that he was just naive about this stuff, and he made a judgment call that the securities lawyer that they had on staff or that they were contracted out to would make the right judgment for whatever they did. Because they don't just approve. I mean, maybe they did just approve
Well, I
this
think
stuff without contemplating or getting some kind of input from a lawyer, which is that's ridiculous to me. If
No,
you're going
they
to
knew.
well,
amend your,
what I
They
think,
knew
but I
because
think, what Akum is saying though is that, you know, the board put this out, and then Ross Miller had a duty to shareholders to let them know through the 8K. Because even in that 8K, 8K, it said, you know, the board of Vinco Ventures voted this.
so he just did the press release basically to NASDAQ. Is that what we're saying, Akum?
yes.
It's funny, and that only reinforces my opinion that he was just kind of useful to them in that situation, only because he was naive, and maybe he did know what he was doing, maybe he didn't know what he was doing. Like I said, Ross Miller is not a securities exchange lawyer. You know, he's not a securities attorney. He's not like Mark Basile. And just because you're an attorney or you were an attorney or a judge or whatever like that, and they put you as the CEO of the company, doesn't mean that you know, even if you were a business court attorney, doesn't mean that you know everything about businesses and the NASDAQ or the Dow Jones or the New York Stock Exchange and stuff like that. I had lots of people that I have ever worked for in my life where they were supposed to be super smart and they were awesome at their job. And I could tell them something about HVAC maintenance and they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, well, it's going to cost us about $1,000. And they'd be like, okay, just get it fixed. Meanwhile, the parts only cost $100. And then I'd get 7 hours of overtime and I'd tell them that we saved $450. They'd be like, Mark, you're the greatest. I'm like, yeah, I know. Thanks. It wasn't that I was the greatest. It was just that they didn't know what they were dealing with. You know? So that stuff happens all the time. And people think because someone's supposed to be smart, you can't know everything about everything. And you that's why we have multiple differentiated employees at businesses. So is it possible that some of these people didn't know what was going on and they just trusted that other people told them, and now they're sitting at home and they're like, what the fudge is going on? I don't have a job. They gave me $140,000 and told me keep my mouth shut, and they paid me out for the year, whatever the case may be, and now they said don't talk to anybody about Vinco. That's very possible. And those people are like, what do I do? Because now these people are getting sued like 70 times. We're going out of business. I got to find a new job. I can't get the Kung Fu G.I. Joe grip for my kid. All kinds of stuff, you know? So there's going to be lots of things that are coming about here when the heat gets turned up. And thanks to you, Akum, you've turned the heat up. I appreciate that. And that's why I said that I owe you a steak dinner, my man. And you let me know how to get it to you somehow. I appreciate your hard work and your diligence and your perseverance. Akum the man.
Yeah, I love you, Akun. I really love you, man. Thank you for all what you've been doing. Okay, I really love you.
But Matt, what wanted to say is like I wanted to finish with this part is the you're not that naive when you get a call from Hutchinson Bay and you don't wanted to sign the AK because you know what they was doing was fraud. Because I don't say that, I don't invent that, I don't know anything about that. And to Melo told me, no, was me, was Melo who told me, hey, he don't wanted to sign that, but he get a call for Hutchinson Bay that he going to give you 120 million. You understand? He don't wanted to do it because he know was wrong. He don't wanted to sign the AK.
Okay, so when you say he was going to get 120 million, does that mean they were going to give Hudson Bay, right? Was
Hudson
going to
Bay,
give.
he going.
Hold on,
Uh,
This is a question. Hudson Bay was going to give Ross Miller 120 million dollars, or Hudson Bay was going to give Vinco Ventures 120 million dollars for warrants.
yes, was Hutchinson Bay who going
Which
to
one?
give you to Bean Venture 120 million. He signed the AK. Was like that, like
Do you
Melo
have
say to
this
me.
document? Do you
But
have this document?
yeah, but what I'm saying is we don't know if that deal was made with Roderick Vanderbilt or if it was made with Ross Miller.
Yeah, but there is two things here that
Yeah.
I want to point out. The first thing, it is not the CEO who decide of that, it's the board of director. The CEO, it is the board of
Absolutely.
director who manage the affair of the company, not the CEO. The board of director tell the CEO what they want the company what they want to do with the company, and the CEO is responsible of the day-to-day stuff. That's the first thing. The second thing, the 8K is not binding. It's not the 8K that decide that the certificate of amendment will be amended. The 8K have nothing to do with it. The 8K basically is like an announcement. Announcing something, it's not binding with that thing being already done. The 8K just inform the investor of what the board have done. That's the only thing that the 8K did.
So Akum, what you're saying is the form that Roderick Vanderbilt signed with the state of Nevada
Yes.
is the form that was illegal.
Yes.
The 8K is just a financial news article for all the investors.
It's not even a financial. It's just an announcement to
Yep.
inform the investor. That's it.
But Ross Miller signed the announcement. And
Because he's this.
That's what Ellier's issue is with that. And I get it. He
No,
signed an
but
announcement that he thought was bad.
No, my only issue was the why Hutchinson Bay need to call him to make him to sign
yeah,
when
but
he don't wanted to sign because
Earlier you
nobody
cannot
can
say
put
that.
Hold
me.
on, let
You
Akum talk. Let Akum talk.
Okay,
you Earlier you have no proof. You cannot say that. In the court of law, what you said now have no value unless you can show the document or you can show the transcript of the call. You can
no,
say I heard. Wait. You can say I heard, or you can say maybe there was a call, and even if there is a call that he would get 124 and 20 million through Vinco Venture. You need to understand this is not the only 8K that was signed by Ross Miller. Ross Miller signed a 4 or 5 8K because he's the CEO and it is the CEO duty to sign the 8K. You need to understand that. It's not like that he did something that it's not like that he was not supposed to sign the 8K and he signed it to give it legitimacy. That's not the case. He was the CEO at the time and the CEO was the one signing the 8K.
Here's my question to you, Akum. Did Vinco Ventures get the $120 million?
no.
No, I didn't see any filing for that.
Okay, so if if you, if you order something and you don't pay for it, you don't get to keep it. So
No,
If Hudson Bay allegedly ordered these preferred shares and they were sold to Hudson Bay, right? But
we don't know.
But Hudson Bay never paid Vinco for the shares. Then they stole them or
No, okay.
fraudulently acquired them.
You need to look the filing.
Yeah.
If you
It's
look the
funny how that
filing,
works, huh?
if you
Because
look the filing,
I don't think Vinco got the money for the preferred shares.
they got the money.
Oh, they did.
Yes. If you look at the filing, they said that they brought they said that they issue share to 5 unnamed party. We don't know who they are. And those party gave 10 million because the deal was they give 10 million and they issue share. We don't know how many share was issued, but we know that they issue to 5 party for 10 million. It isn't in the filing.
I thought it was 120 million.
Man, that I cannot say. I'm telling you what I read
Yeah,
for
no, it
sure.
seems very odd, doesn't it?
That's why I say that when he says that and then something else come and he never spoke about that and he never come back and fight for the that's why it made me mad with Ross Miller. I don't say
Well,
that he did.
we can all agree that there's a big difference between 120 million dollars
Yes, and
and
that's
10
why.
million dollars.
No, he say 120 million in front to me. Melo was Melo sitting with me. You know what we eat
Well, at this
in
point, we think that Melo's a liar. So
Shake and Shake, and he even showed me all the bullshit documents from the Ross Miller give you in his office that he sent an email. That's why we need to go to Discover to see all the real truth. But I'm sorry, I believe he's part of this shit. We've been playing for everywhere. And I continue believing that and to the end, because how do you get fired from something or they are doing something wrong and come back to the court and say, you know what, these people is getting screwed. Let's go stop the company and
Yeah,
let's
you
go
can't do
bring a new board. He never did that.
that. He cannot do that, Elliot. You need to understand.
He
There is
was
legal. Oh, wait. When you are a CEO, you have to sign documents that have legal value. You cannot just you cannot be a CEO. You have to file basically an NDA. You cannot be a CEO of a company and come back and badmouth the company. If you do that, they're gonna sue you. So he cannot do that. He was not in the position to do that. He sent I remember at the time we had some tweet. It wasn't clear what was saying in the tweet, but he have put hints into the tweet when he said we are on the ICU. It was hint that things were not good in the company, but he cannot speak. It's just the way it is, man. And you need to understand that. And I'm not trying to defend Ross Miller, but I'm trying to set the record straight because I spent a lot of time reading through the filing and reviewing those tweets at the time. So I'm not saying that Ross was part or was not part. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is that this was what was happening at the time, and I understand why he did not speak, and I understand why he signed the 8K. So you
you know what
cannot.
I think, Akum?
Yeah,
I think that of all the people that were involved with this stuff, we may have to reserve judgment on Ross Miller temporarily, right? Because imagine if you go work at the Best Buy, right? And they're like, okay, you're in charge of the Best Buy. But the Best Buy is going out of business, it's going bankrupt, right? So you're the new manager of the Best Buy. You go in there, you tell them, hey, I'm going to try and do everything I can to make this awesome and for everyone to keep their jobs and for us to up our sales. But there's people in the back room sending all the TVs and VCRs and PlayStations out the back door. And they've already done it to the point where you're already millions of dollars in debt. You can't sell enough VCRs and televisions and DVD players and PlayStations to pay the debt. There's no possible way, right? So then you have to tell everybody, hey, the store has to be closed. We can't pay our lease. And then all of the employees are then mad at you. So maybe he was the one running the VCRs out of the back door. Maybe he wasn't. Right? Or maybe he just took the last batch. But you can't just say, we can't just say that Ross Miller is bad. Where did the other $999 million go? Right? So if everything was on the up and up and Vinco had $400 million in the bank when Ross Miller went in there and then he ran it into the ground, that would be a different story. But at this point, this is like blaming losing the baseball game on the guy who struck out and you guys are losing 15-0. Right? So you're losing 15-0 in the game, and then the last guy up to bat with a runner on second strikes out, and then everybody blames him for losing the game. No, that's not how it fucking works. That's ridiculous. Yeah, he struck out, but he didn't lose the game for us. They all lost the game. And like suckers, we bought tickets to see that game. It sucks.
I agree with you in that part, Matt.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, did he strike out? Maybe he did. Maybe we did. I mean, it's hard to blame the whole deal on Ross Miller. And if that's going to be, if Ross Miller selling the preferred shares is going to be our only option in court, I think I shake my magic 8 ball and I said outlook not so good, because they're going to take that and they're like, dude, the fucking company was broke anyway. They were going to go out of business whether he did this or not, or whether he signed this 8K or not. And not that that's a big, not that it's not a big deal, but Ross Miller didn't approve the preferred shares. Like Akum just told us, all he did was put out the press release. Roderick Vanderbilt and the board of directors approved the preferred shares, which they then approved allegedly 110 million, like you said, or 120 million, but Akum's saying they only got $10 million for the preferred shares. I don't understand why anyone would pay them $10 million for preferred shares. What's the value on the preferred shares right now, Akum?
No, the problem is they use the prepared share to cover the.
Hold on, Elliot. What's the value of the preferred shares right now?
We don't know.
There's no value.
They did not release.
Or
the
do they have
value.
all the value? Are the preferred shares the only thing that has value? Right. So these are questions that we can sort out in court.
Yeah, the value was the voting power, in my opinion.
So maybe the preferred shares are actually worthless, and the common shares are the only ones that have value. Because if all the preferred shares did was give them voting power to dilute the stock and reverse split it, then those shares don't have any value.
Mark,
they only have the value that was given to them at the purchase time.
Yeah, but Matt,
hold on, let me finish. I'm doing the math here. If you ratio that to the amount of actual common stock shares and then the market cap of the company, which is now about $5,000, the preferred shares are worth about 0.0004 cents.
Matt, but that's not the point. The point is that they have so much short position that they wanted to cover all that. That 10 million make them to have 900 million. Why? Because when they do the dilution, they get all his short position out for pennies. That's
But they didn't dilute.
Do you think they not dilute?
Well, they didn't sell any more shares.
That's what you don't know, because they're going to OTC and then later to the other market. You never know, because they need to cover the short sale.
Well, how many shares did they issue in dilution?
They have a 750 million shares.
But they didn't issue them. I haven't seen any releases on any warrants.
Okay, but you don't know. We don't have any release about any
any economic stuff or about
Well,
anything.
even hold on, but
Yeah,
even the OTC has press releases about dilution.
yeah, but you have the market cap. You can see how many share there is. So they did not dilute any.
Yeah, you can see if I take the market cap by the old 13.8 million or whatever it was, I can see the value of the stock. I mean, that's not rocket science there.
It's
They might be selling diluted shares right now, and they imaginary ones. I don't know. I'm not saying that I know it all about this, because some of this is new to me too. But what I'm saying is I can do the basic math, and I can see that if you take 13.8 million and you multiply it by 0.005, I get what the market cap is. If they would let me buy the shares, I could go to my safe and buy the shares.
I know
But
that
they won't let me buy the shares.
Mac, I know they did something, man, because the price dropped so drastic that everybody know that they did something. I
No,
don't know how
the
they
price
did.
dropped drastically is because the company has no value at this time.
I don't know what it, but we have so much shares in our hands. They oversold the share of the company.
Elliot,
They sell more shares. Every broker, they
I get
sold
it.
more
I
share.
get it. I get it. We're naked sold $1 billion. Fine. I get it.
Yes.
The problem is none of it has any value right now. None of it.
I don't have the
hold on.
machine.
None of it has any value right now because there's no one willing to pay for shares that are on the market now because they're banking on bankruptcy.
It's
Right?
not true,
And the people,
because
hold
we
on,
wanted to pay. We
the
wanted to
people,
pay, and they
the
not let
people that
us to buy. It's not true. They are doing something. They are manipulating, Mark. And they did that with Susquehanna and Hutchinson Bay.
Earlier, you cannot say that without proof, man. It's just you cannot just say things without giving proof. It's
well, it
just
sounds
doesn't work
good.
that
It
way.
sounds good, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't work that
Yes,
way.
exactly.
Yeah, but how are we going to get proof if we can go inside to see anything? Because that's why, Abe, they are
Well, the
fighting
way
for a
most of us do it,
transparency of the
the way
market.
That's
the
why
way
that's why Shad hired Mark Basile.
Yes, but we see when we do all the discovery, and when they see, I promise you, they dilute the shit out of this company.
you
Well,
don't know
who did
that.
they sell the shares to on the OTC?
Yeah.
You never know. Susquehanna can
hold
be.
on. I can look and see how many shares are sold every day, and it's not that many.
They can show whatever they want, and behind to the table, they can buy whatever they want. They
Well, that's
control the market.
that's fine if they did that. That's going to show up, and Mark Basile is going to
Yes.
know that. He's going to say, okay, well, at the time of closing, when it delisted to the OTC, there was 13.8 million shares. Well, then there will be information about all the people that bought shares and all the people who sold shares after it went to the OTC.
Yes,
And they'll
and
be like,
today no.
hold on, you sold shares that don't exist, that weren't approved, or that there was no release on. How
But
could you do that? We didn't see any warrants.
Mark,
Elliot, I get that this shit is shady. I get it. I
Mark,
get that they could be running us.
What happened with Elon Musk? What did he say? I can sell any car that I can make, but you can sell all the shares when I don't have it. That's why they did. It's the same shit. That's why Elon Musk is fighting, and that's why we are fighting, because they sell shit
Elliot,
when I don't have it.
What do you have control over what they're selling and buying right now?
No,
So
that's why.
Hold on. There's no sense getting upset over that.
No, for sure, no.
There's nothing you can do about the shady business that they're doing or not doing. All that we can do, right, at this point,
is
whether you believe, for everyone else who's listening, all that we can do at this point, whether you believe in Shad or not, you can either donate to the GoFundMe and support the court case, or you can not donate to the court case, and then you take your chances, you roll the dice. So those are our two options at this moment right now. Or you have a third option as an independent citizen of the United States or Canada or United Kingdom, wherever you're at. You can hire your own lawyer and you can tell him, hey, I need to sue this company. And you can do that on your own. Or you can go ahead and call everyone else and you can say, hey, let's sue this company and I need money. And maybe people will donate to you, maybe they won't. But at the current time, like if BBIG goes to 0.000005 tomorrow, I don't care. Am I upset? Yeah, I'm no more upset than it was at 0.005. I'm no more upset than it was at 0.01. So at this point, we have options. Start your own lawsuit. Say I don't give a fuck. I'm going to the pool, or support Shad. Those are the options that we have, and that's my confusion with this with the people that are against Shad. So
Me too. That's
hold
why
on,
I
hold on.
support Chad.
If you, yeah, no, me too. I agree, Elliot. We're on the same team. We're just having like a conversation here. We're obviously on the same team. We're just are arguing about the minutia of the concept, right? So there's people that don't want to sue, and those are the people that are doing whatever they're doing right now and bashing Finn and Tonks and whatever I don't even read that stuff. I mean, I read it, but I don't read it and I get upset and then I just kind of look away and I go back to doing whatever I was doing because it's disturbing to me. And I'm a violent person, so I don't engage in that stuff. So and then there's the I'm going to the pool, fuck it, which is obviously what they're doing because all they're doing is complaining about the stuff that other people are doing, right? Unless they hired a lawyer and are firing up their own court case like Akum did, more power to them. I love them. But the people that are complaining about the 2 court cases going on, they went to the fucking pool. That's all they did. They're like, fuck it, I'm going to the pool. I'm just going to bitch and moan about the shit that went on. Okay, well then bitch and moan about the shit that went on, but don't get mad when people hate your fucking guts and don't want you to come on their space call. It's that simple.
I agree
And
with you
just like
100%, man.
you have the free speech to start a space call and fire that dude up, we have the freedom of denial of speech in our private conversation to not invite you to the fucking house party. You didn't even get invited to the house party. And this isn't for you, Elliot. This is for other people that may be listening. If you didn't get invited to the house party, there's a reason. We didn't want you at the fucking party. And that's just the way that it works in life. Or you can support the case and get invited to the house party. But we're not going to invite you to the house party if you're going to come there and talk trash about the house party. It's just not how it works in real life. Go ahead, Elliot. That was my little rant about some other stuff that was going on earlier that I had been saving
No,
up.
I wanted to finish the phrase is the everybody knows it's a market manipulation. Everybody know they are printing shares like crazy and they are breaking the system. Everybody know they wanted to break the system because that's the only way they can steal our money is doing the way they did with Binco Venture and then transfer all the money to Israel or to different bank out of the country. That's why they've been doing with all the other companies they are going to bankrupt because the government is not doing anything because they are part of the problem too. And I'm sorry,
Elliot, the money may be in New York.
yes, maybe,
The money
but
may be in California.
what I wanted to
Because
finish,
those bankers there are just as fucking corrupt as the other bankers.
yes,
So let's not kid ourselves about U.S. banks either.
okay, what
All
I
right, so
wanted to
go ahead.
say in general is at the end they are doing the same strategy to all the players because it's not any more transparency on the market, and they are creating all this shit and all this bullshit to steal our money. Because I'm sorry, the price can even is the baddest company. Nobody sell any shares from this company because I'm sorry, I have so much shares. I don't sell anyone. I could don't sell a lot of people, and we own almost 90, 80% of the company. and nobody sells share, how the price of the company going down? And if you see the same market cap of the shares, how, if nobody's selling, how you can sell something when nobody's selling?
Do
If you
you
have
want
30,
me to, do you want me to show you how they're doing it? I'll explain it real quick. There's 10 people that own all the shares in a company. The shares cost $1 a piece. 8 of the people aren't selling the shares. Akum and I say, hey, we got to run the share price down. Akum sells me shares for 90 cents tomorrow. I buy them all. I don't even give you and the other 7 people an opportunity to buy the shares. The next day, I sell Akum shares right back to him for 88 cents. It's only 2 cents difference. So it's less than 10%. So NASDAQ doesn't take notice. You guys are all still holding your shares. The next day, Akum sells it to me for 86 cents. I buy them all. The day after that, no one sells anything. The following day, I sell them back to Akum for 85 cents. And this goes on and on and on. The other 8 people still aren't selling their shares, but Akum and I are selling the shares back and forth to each other for less and less money every week. And every week, we also sell puts, or buy puts rather.
yeah, but you do
That's
that.
what that is the simplest explanation of what they're doing right now. But there's no options on it anymore. That's what they did for a long time. And they sold calls and covered calls and all kinds of other stuff, and people made money and lost money and whatever the deal may be. But that's what they're doing right now. They want you to think that your $20,000 investment or your $100,000 investment is now worth $11. And they need to buy your shares because, like you said, they sold so many counterfeit shares that's their only option at this point. Their only option at this point is to get everybody to sell at 0.00001 as they continue to sell the shares back and forth to each other for less and less money, to panic sell everybody or to take a tax loss at the end of the year. You see how we went from like a nickel a share a month ago to now we're down to, I think Captain calls it a hay penny, which is 0.001 or whatever, 0.0005. We'll see what happens after the new year.
We see, my friend. We see. I wish
It's
turn
an
around.
interesting game. I mean, are
Yeah.
you going to sell your shares for $70, Elier?
$70 for sure. No.
No, me neither. Is
No.
Akum going to sell his? No.
No. Even the share went to $20 a share. I will not sell because I'm here until the end. I give you my word to shut. And even when they went to $3, I not sell the shit of my share.
At this price, I'm adding, man. I'm just.
Me too. If I can buy, I will add it, but they don't
No,
let you.
wait.
I don't know about the rest of
It,
you,
it,
but
it
Monday
is
I'm
not.
floating the boat.
It is not the financial advice first, but at this price, every morning when I wake up, I put a buy order and I
I,
forgot about it. At
I
the end of
try
the day,
also. I try also. Because I'm
at
like,
the
I got
end
to
of the
average
day,
down, man. I got to make the numbers look good or Ivy's going to be mad.
oh man, no, I'm picking up share, man. I'm picking up
Did you get
share.
some?
Yes, I get 1 200. You know,
Yep.
that's what I get. So at this price, I'm buying. I don't care. So, and I'm not. Look, people, if you follow my advice, you're gonna lose all the rest of your money. So
So what
do
you should be coming to Not Financial Advice with Attitudes every Tuesday after this normal call to come with us, right, Akum? And then
Yep.
you're gonna write the algorithm for my plan, and we're gonna make 30 million bucks next year, correct?
No, the idea is to buy all the shares. Say, okay, guys, no more shares. Okay, we bought everything.
Yeah, I own the
That's
company,
gonna
and we're gonna
be
make movies in that movie studio now.
Oh man, that's gonna be funny. Can you see at the price they put it so low that at the end of the day a shareholder just come up in front and say, "Okay, guys, I have 10 million share here." That will be fun.
10 million shares at half a cent a piece. That's not too bad. I would buy that one building with all the movie equipment, and we could just have comedy shows, and we could just trash talk BBIG and then stream it out. We could make our money back. That's how stupid they are. I mean, they could have made a lot of money just on the. They could have made more money just by
Who
being
owns
like a
that?
legitimate business.
Who owned the
It's so
building? Zash
sad.
or is Zash or Vinco?
No, Vinco has a movie studio right in
Oh,
Syracuse, that big building.
oh, I thought it was Zash.
Well, we own Zash
We own all
No,
completely
no,
Sash.
because they're gonna go bankrupt too.
no. Zash is bankrupt, but we don't own them.
Yeah, but they owe us $57 million.
No, they don't owe us anything.
Oh, they reneged on the debt.
No. Uh, what's happened is that before they left, uh, they make a, and it was signed by Rod again. They make a deal to buy the low motive interest in Zash. So, and for that, we give them 10 preferred share for 144 million, and we forgive all the debt that was
What that's not gonna
in Zash.
fly. If I mean in a RICO case, that's not gonna fly because they're gonna go to try and claw back all that money.
Maybe, but the contract have been signed.
But I
As
mean,
it stands now, uh, they don't owe us anything.
well, they're just gonna put a lien on those properties. I wonder if those properties have been sold.
Zash is bankrupt. There is, the
Well, that's
bank
what I'm
account
saying
is
though. So if Zash is bankrupt, then whoever owns their debt is going to put a lien on those properties, and then I'm assuming after uh, if a RICO case is filed, they'll immediately put a lien on anything that Vinco owns,
yeah. But the thing I don't understand,
allegedly owns.
we have debt that's supposed to be paid back, but I don't know what's happened with that. Oh boy, shit! This is a shit show, man.
But Akun, let me ask you this question. When they do the AK, they don't say that we own Sash, that we buy all the assets from Sash.
No,
No?
no, did not say that.
And what did the AK say? Because was something like that we buy back Sash, all the
Yeah.
stuff.
No, I
We
thought
own
Vinco.
Sash.
I thought Vinco owned that movie
Yes.
studio in Syracuse.
Maybe that I don't remember. The only thing I
I
know,
think that they. I think
we don't own
well,
Zash.
this came from Lorne, so I don't know if it's true or not. But I think that Vinco owns that movie studio in Syracuse because I don't know who to believe anymore. And they never really had like a breakdown of assets and stuff like that. They just said, oh, properties and other intellectual properties and
No, we
10%
will
in
know.
Honey Badger or whatever. But I thought they owned that building in Syracuse, New York. So if we could buy all the shares for say $20,000 or something like that, we would then own that building.
You don't need to
Or
buy. We don't need to buy all the share. If we are able to get 15-20%, that's enough.
that's enough. We should
Yeah.
have that already
Yeah,
as a
but
conglomerate. Maybe we should set up an LLC
yeah, if we can do that,
and
that's
everyone's
enough.
an employee.
If we can do that, that's enough.
Yeah, or a beneficial. If everyone sets up an LLC and they're all beneficial ownerships of the LLC, then if we own 30-40% of the shares, then we would be able to put a lien on those properties to recoup our money.
No, if we own that, we will be able to put director on the board.
Well, that's where they went wrong, Akum. You know that, right? When they nominated a director, they should or a board seat, they should have nominated me.
No, but it will be fun. Do you know what will be fun? Either way, it's checkmate, and I will tell you why. In Nevada, each year the company, it's mandatory for the company to have a board of director meeting, right? Every year.
Yes.
So next year, April, there is no way that the company can organize a board of director meeting, and I'm telling you that I'm filing a lawsuit against them. So it's just matter of time. Next year it's checkmate.
You let me know if you need anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's either checkmate before, and they want to settle, or it's checkmate
Checkmate
in June.
after.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it,
They should have done it right.
no, it was set up. It was the perfect. It was just set up to extract cash from the company into other private company.
By that you mean all those loans?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have more than almost 200 million in loan.
But they forgave them all
Yeah.
when they dissolved the board.
I don't know if they forgive the all, but we know that I know that they forgave loan from Zash. Uh, they forgave loan for PZAG,
Pizzazz.
and yeah, and
Yep.
they forgot loan for Magnify You also. And
Yep.
but I know Magnify You own loan that need to be paid in 2024. I have no idea what gonna happen with that, but I'm not sure even that if Magnify You can pay that.
They'll just declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, they can do that.
Yep, they'll just declare bankruptcy. It's a vicious cycle of nonsense, where if we could still tar and feather people, that wouldn't happen anymore.
But I can tell you the mistake that they made. The 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 real mistake that they made was the preferred share. That's
Yep.
the real mistake, because that's that's a felony. If it's proven, it can lead to a felony charge.
But can it reverse some of the proceedings?
No, that's
Like if
look.
they committed a felony and then they went and forgave all those loans, can we claw back the loan money, whether in property or value or whatever?
No, at that point, I don't know for at that point, because they look at the time they were covered by the insurance. At that point, it is the insurance that will be on the hook.
Mm. I wonder how much insurance we have, or they have.
I don't know,
I
Yeah.
think so.
because
Was one day somebody spoke and say it was 80 million.
Well, when you have $1 billion or allegedly $1 billion worth of assets, you don't have $80 million of insurance. They have to have way more insurance than that. $80 million doesn't even cover employee costs for a year. There's no way that any insurer would insure them for $80 million.
no, it's liability insurance.
But what I'm saying though is if the insurance company is liable for say 400 billion or $400 million worth of liabilities, they're not going to insure $80 million, because like if you go bankrupt and then they get sued, they're going to have to pay out the 400 million. They're not going to let you pay an $80 million premium. That's just not how insurance works.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
even
have no
even
idea.
even even if they say, yeah, you overestimated the value of the company. Let's say it's worth 500 million bucks. No, you can't just get $80 million worth of insurance, because we're not going to be on the hook for the rest of the money if you fuck over 420 or 320 million dollars worth of people or of assets. If you have a $50,000 car, they're not going to let you get $5,000 worth of insurance when all of the 400 million is, or all the cars owed to the bank. They're not going to. The bank isn't going to let you insure just a portion of the value of the car. Right. So if you have a brand new Cadillac and you're like, I want $5,000 worth of insurance, they're like, no, you owe $45,000 on the Cadillac. If you wreck the Cadillac and total it out, then we're on the hook for the rest of the money.
Yep.
So an
But at
insurance
this point,
company
I
is
don't know.
they're not going to do that. That's why when you buy a new car, your insurance premium goes through the roof. Which is, insurance is also a scam, by the way, but we can get into that another day. But
There's a whole lot that we get to in another day, and I think
oh, this is crazy,
that's gonna
Captain.
have
You better
to
go to
wait.
sleep. Hold on,
Oh
Captain's
man,
got to teach.
right? No, we're going. So
It's early
24.
here in California. It's 11:22 only.
That's not an only. That
It's
is a
1:22
time.
here, and I have to be up at 3 a.m. for pre-market. So it looks like
Exactly.
Miggy's not going to sleep.
That's what I'm saying. I gotta go to sleep so I can get up for pre-market. So
So you really guys wake up for pre-market? What do you look at the pre-market?
So the first thing that I look at is I look and see how bad my day was yesterday, and then I go to the bathroom and I cry, and then I no, I'm only kidding. No, I look and see how my day went the day before, and I say, okay, we'll see. And then I see how much money I have to spend that's in my account available that's not that's secured funds. And then I say, well, what can I day trade today? And then I look at I immediately tap on top gainers, and I say, what are all the top gainers this morning? And then I probably have 50 of them that I pick out, and then I see which one spikes. And then when one spikes, say it spikes like 7 or 8% or 10%, I then click on that one and I see whether it was like 10 shares that were purchased or whether it was like 80,000 shares that were purchased, which leads me to believe if there was like 80,000 shares purchased for 10% over the asking price, that person may know something, right? So then I look and see if I see another spike after that or a down draw.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'll
Okay.
jump on the bandwagon, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Okay. I will code what you say. I will write a code tomorrow morning,
Yeah.
and I will check what you said. I will let it run for a week, and I will choose, and I will see what's the statistic on the win and lose.
You can't just do the statistics on the win and loss. You have to do
No,
you have to say, let's say I picked out
what you
10.
just said.
No,
What
that's
I'm gonna do.
but what I'm saying though is there's a human error to it. But if you
No,
bet on all of them, you could do the algorithm on that.
no,
Right?
I'm looking for a pattern. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Like you said, when there is a 10% jump, I will check how many share,
Yep.
and I will log it, and
And
I
then
and
and then see
yeah,
let that algorithm run out for the day.
yeah. No,
Right.
for the week, I will let it for the
Well,
week, and I will be able to check if it's consistent, or if I can derive a pattern from it.
I picked a pattern once that was every Monday and Wednesday.
Yeah. So that's
Every Monday and Wednesday it popped pre-market.
because look, I think that also they have algorithms that do shit like that. So
Mm-hmm.
if you have data for a month or for something like that, you can go back, because look, there is a stock, because I have alert on it. COMS. All the time I receive alert, he went up 10%, he came down 10%. I don't play that stock, but all the time I said it. I saw it maybe 20 times, man. It goes up, it goes down. Goes up, it goes down.
You should have been buying it when it went down,
Oh yeah, but
and then you sell it when
man,
it goes up 10.
look, my portfolio is so red that I don't trade. The only trade I'm doing right now is the BBIG is so fucking low that I'm just putting some. I'm just putting. Look, you put $100, you can have 10,000 share, man. That's just crazy.
Oh, I know. I'm in a bunch of penny stocks. I'm in a bunch. It's a slot machine. That's what I tell Captain all the time. I said we can pick 9 losers out of 10, but we only need 1 to be a winner.
Oh yeah, that's.
You know, and my life has been better than 10%, so it is what it is. It is what it is.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, some days it's nice.
Okay,
Other
guys.
days it sucks.
Yep, I think I'm gonna go to bed, man. It's late here.
All right, Akum, reach out to me if you need anything.
Oh, well, though. Thank you, guy.
All right, buddy.
Bye.
I'm gonna go to bed too. We have Makatoshi trying to get in here, but I don't know. I think we had a good discussion. I think this is a good end point. Let's keep it going, everybody. I saw a bunch of donations coming in. It's awesome. But we will talk next time. Talk to everybody soon.
All right, you guys take care. Love you.